Patrick Griffin is here.
Okay, so we're new.
So Patrick Griffin is our customer service director. So any questions that come up and people are like, oh, when is bar going to start, blah, blah, blah. Patrick Griffin.
Okay.
He's with the light green shirt, no, the jacket, the green jacket, and he's talking to Dennis Radcliffe right now.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I would like to call this meeting of the VTA Board of Directors for Thursday, June 1st to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Alternate Board Member Cortese, Alternate Board Member Davis, Board Member Dieppe, Alternate Board Member Harney, Board Member Hendricks.
Present.
Board Member Jones.
Here.
Board Member Camis. Here. Alternate Board Member McAllister. Alternate Board Member Nunez. Present. Board Member O'Neill.
Here.
Board Member Perales.
Here.
Alternate Board Member Rennie.
Here.
Board Member Viadanathan. Board Member Yeager. Vice Chairperson Liccardo. Chairperson Bruins.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go away from my script here momentarily. Tonight's the first game with the Warriors and the Cavs. So I have a request. I'm going to be watching this on time delay, so nobody say anything about the score, including you, sir. Okay, so a serious note here. That takes us to item 1.3, which is orders of the day. Staff has requested that we hear regular item 7.1, which is the biannual budget, and 7.2, the fair policy, together. We are going to listen to them together, and then we are going to take separate actions for the items, and I'm going to ask that we will consider item 7.2, the fair policy, first, followed by the budget item. Are there any other requested changes to the agenda?
I'd like to have item 6.17 pulled from the consent.
Okay. Member Chavez?
I was very interested in deferring item 6.17, and that's the Measure B guidelines. And I wanted to ask staff a few questions to make sure that they could answer those questions when the item comes back to us in August, if that would be okay with Mr. Camus.
That would be fine with me.
Okay. So if there, okay, so I do have, trying to figure out, I've got one speaker card on 6.7. What I'm going to do is let us take the vote, 6.17, sorry. So I'm going to suggest that we take the vote first in terms of orders of the day. And again, the orders of the day, what I'm looking for is a motion to take items 7.1 and 7.2 together in terms of the presentations, then followed by action on 7.2, then 7.1, and to defer item 6.17. And 6.17 is the Measure B program, the adoption of the program guidelines.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any other? And then
This is orders of the day, not the consent.
this is
Right.
orders of the day. We will do consent calendar and the recusal separate.
Got it.
Okay. All clear on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. So I do have a speaker. Again, we're not taking this item tonight, but I do have a speaker who submitted a card. I don't know if you still want to speak on this item. And my apologies for everybody who might be out here dealing with this one. But 6.7, to the speaker, Colin Hain, did you want to speak tonight? Wait till August. Great. Okay. That will take us to awards and commendations. Item 2.1 is a resolution of recommendation for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Liccardo. And Mr. Guardino, if you could come forward, please.
Before I read, I'm sorry. Yes, if we could have a motion first before I read the item.
Second.
All right, motion from Member Carr, second from Member Chavez.
All in favor?
Well,
Nobody can vote?
do we have to vote first? Is that the way it goes?
No?
Okay, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now, we have Carl Gordino, the President and CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group here, who is, as many of you know, I think as everyone knows, has been the champion of many measures to improve transportation here throughout the Valley, most recently Measure B just last year, and somehow managed to pull together groups and communities from throughout the Valley with more than $40 billion of demands, and we managed to get this measure passed with overwhelming support, greater support than any measure in the state of California. The measure reads, whereas SVLG has been the driving force behind public policy solutions for nearly 40 years on a wide range of issues facing our region and the nation, including education, innovation, health, housing, and most especially transportation. Whereas SVLG has long identified traffic congestion as a major challenge to the quality of life in the region, has been a champion of every local transportation funding ballot measure since 1984. And whereas through the active engagement of Santa Clara County business leaders, the SVLG group has successfully campaigned for VTA's BART extension in Silicon Valley, the electrification in Caltrain, development and expansion of region's highway network, and whereas in November of 2016, the tireless efforts of SVLG culminated in the passage of a 30-year half-cent local transportation sales tax known as Measure B by 71.74% majority. It is now resolved that the board commends and expresses its sincerest appreciation to SVLG for bringing world-class transportation to Silicon Valley and for their contributions to our region's continuing competitiveness in the aviation economy, adopted by the VTA Board of Directors this first day of June.
This board knows me well because the clock is set for 1 minute. Mayor Liccardo, I think they always have the Italian present the award to the Italian. Thank you, sir, for your leadership and the partnership that we've enjoyed in this valley for 3 decades in the Valley Transportation Authority in the County of Santa Clara and each of our 15 cities and towns, working together with business, labor, and the nonprofit community to literally keep our valley moving. We've done that together in 1984, 1996, 2000, 2008, and 2016. And we thank you for working with your business community to make our valley a better place for everyone who lives here. We also don't want you to let us rest on our laurels. So what have you done for us lately, leadership group? We hope there's some exciting opportunities in both 2018 and 2020 as well. More to come, but thank you for entrusting us with your reputation, your hard work, and your creativity for the residents and voters of Silicon Valley and Santa Clara County.
Thank you, Carl.
Okay.
And I rode my bike here, so I'll be riding off trying to figure out how to carry this one.
Carl, I can deliver it to you.
Yeah.
I was trying to see how it folded into this backpack. It wasn't working.
All right, we're now going to recognize Cristo Rey San Jose Jesuit High School students Jennifer Cardona Chavez, Baltazar Esquivel, Yvette Ross, Jonathan Rubio, Francis Tran, Alfredo Valencia, and Ocio Reyes Cruz for their outstanding service. Yes. For those who don't know, these are our brilliant externs from the Cristo Rey San Jose Jesuit High School. Julia, our HR analyst, will read about their incredible contributions this past year, but I have to note this is something close to my heart. I'm thrilled to see our star Cristo Rey students here getting these accommodations. Julia?
Thank you. Good evening. First up, Jennifer Cardona Chavez. Jennifer was very eager to learn something new about the Enterprise Risk Management Department and has proven herself to be a quick study and a valuable asset. Congratulations to Jennifer Corona Chavez. Next up, we have Baltazar Escovel. It has been a pleasure to have Baltazar as part of the Enterprise Risk Management's work team. Baltazar is a team player and can always be counted upon when in a pinch to get a project off the ground. Congratulations to Baltazar Escovel. Next, we have Yvette Ross. Yvette came to procurement, contracts, and materials management very eager to learn about the department. Congratulations to Yvette Ross. Next up, we have Jonathan Rubio. Jonathan is an exemplary representative of Cristo Rey San Jose Jesuit High School. He is professional, enjoys learning about the various units in human resources, and is eager to contribute to the team. Congratulations to Jonathan Rubio. Next, we have Oziel Reyes Cruz. Oziel Reyes Cruz has only been with VTA for a few months, but he is an outstanding performer who's very productive, accurate, and has a great work ethic. He's been a true support asset for the Service and Operations Planning Department. Congratulations to Oziel Reyes Cruz. Next, we have Francis Tran. Francis showed keen interest in the operations of express lanes and participated in the review of travel time data collection. Congratulations to Francis Tran. And next, we have Alfredo Valencia. Alfredo Valencia has worked with the Service and Operations Planning Department for the past 2 school years. He was named Cristo Rey's Employee of the Month at the end of 2016 due to his good work habits and his new and innovative ways of electronically filing records. Congratulations to Alfredo Valencia.
I just want to express my heartfelt thanks to our HR team for their willingness to continue to take on our Cristo Rey students. I think it was Bob Escobar who was willing to do it when we pleaded a couple years ago, and I hope this continues. It's been wonderfully successful. Thank you.
Good job. Hey, thank you. That takes us to item number 3, public comments. This is a time for the public to comment on any item that's not on the agenda. I have 5 speakers, and we're going to give you 1 minute each. And I'm just going to call you up and just get on in line. Earl King, Karen Becker, Troy Hernandez, John Pospischik, and James Whiteman. And you can come up in any order. So come on up to the microphone. Go ahead.
My name is Karen Becker. I was a formal VTA employee. On October 15, I was unjustified terminated from VTA for 36 points. Since then, VTA has not honored Labor Code 230, and they have not honored the workers' comp. I've been told by employees that you still have, that we don't believe you, we don't have room for you, and we'll never have. I would like VTA to know that my husband has cancer. I beat cancer twice. I have 2 special needs children. At this time, I know you still have employees that were given a last chance agreement. I've kept my mouth shut for 18 months. This is an issue that you need to be aware of. I was told by criminal court that VTA needs to honor California Labor Code 230.
Thank you.
Should I just go? All right. Members of the board, the San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission, operators of the Altamont Corridor Express, or the ACE train, released the draft environmental impact report for their ACE Forward project on Wednesday, May 31st. As you know, ACE is a vital transportation link between Santa Clara County jobs and more affordable housing to the east in communities of Fremont, Tri-Valley, and Central Valley. ACE Forward is a phased improvement plan designed to strengthen this regional link to Santa Clara County by increasing train frequency and reducing travel times along the existing corridor, and extending ACE service to the growing Central Valley communities of Manteca, Modesto, Ceres, Turlock, and Merced. A 60-day public and agency review period is scheduled from Wednesday, May 31st to Monday, July 31st, 2017. More information can be found on www.aceforward.com, the project website, such as location and times for all our open houses, where to find electronic and hard copies of the draft EIR, how to submit comments, and other general project information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Troy Hernandez. I'm with San Andreas Regional Center, and I have heard from disabled and other public people that you had changed bus route 54 a few months ago. It's just that a lot of them do wish that the bus 54 route went back to the route that was before the change, or they find they would need that route more to get to these locations which they were always going to. Also, they find at this route, only trouble is when they are waiting at these bus stops, that they have to wait a long time before the bus arrives, and they think it would be good if it was for a half hour. Thank you.
So, are you done? What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask if you could talk with Patrick Griffin. Patrick, could you identify yourself? If you could talk with Patrick, he can address your concerns or have somebody. Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name's John Pospashek. I am a bus operator for VTA and also a 265, ATU 265 member and executive board member. I wanted to speak on two different topics. Time's short, so I'm just going to hit them. With Johnny Camish, with your Almaden Valley cutting the 63, I drive the 63 every day, so I know those people intimately that are suffering from those cuts. And you want to bring in an on-demand, some sort of a demand responsive service provider for that area, which basically it's a lot of those people don't have phones. They can't connect to Uber. They can't use these things that they're disabled. All right, thank you. Am I done? All right, I want to hit one more about the electric buses. And basically, I wanted to know if there was any protections for the operators, like if there was studies done around with the electromagnetic fields, them working around for health issues, and then also when you get to the
okay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you so much. If you want to continue that conversation with Mr. Camus, I'm sure he would be willing to talk with you offline as well. Okay. And our last speaker is James Whiteman.
Yes, I'd like to know what's going to happen with the bus 11 line and what is going to be the July service changes. Can you have Patrick Griffin maybe explain that to me? And what the line 11 is going to be in the next network. Could you have Patrick Griffin or somebody explain that to me? And also, I saw incidences where people are walking across the tracks where the light rail is coming, and that is very dangerous. I think what you guys need to do on those TVs that you guys have out there is put on the thing saying that you can't do not walk across the track when the light rail is coming there. Otherwise, if a fare inspector catches you, it's going to be a fine up to maybe up $500 for the first offense and jail for the second offense. And okay, once again, can you have Patrick Griffin please talk to me about the next? All right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Griffin is outside the doors if you'd like to locate him. Okay, that takes us to item number 4, public hearings. There are no public hearings this evening. And then we have committee reports and reports for items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 are in your reading folder. Moving right along, consent agenda. So on the consent agenda, we've already pulled off and deferred item 6.17. And I would like at this point, for all board members, do you need to recuse yourselves from any of these items? If you could identify which items you need to recuse yourselves from.
Thank you. Item 6.7, 6.9, 6.10, 6.12, and 6.13. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
I need to recuse myself from 6.15. 15?
Anybody else? Okay. I do have one speaker on item 6.18, so what I would like to do is take that speaker first, and that is Colin Hain.
Thank you, Chair Bruins, members of the board. I'm Colin Haney. I'm with Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I just wanted to provide some comments on the Complete Streets reporting requirements. I want to thank VTA staff who have worked to develop this robust Complete Streets policy, pulling best practices from around the country, trying to develop a policy that works in pushing cities and the counties to implement Complete Streets, but isn't overly burdensome. SVBC has been promoting transparency, technical assistance, and follow-up reporting as the 3 key components of an effective Complete Streets policy, and we feel that the proposed guidelines fall a bit short on the technical assistance element. The way it's proposed right now, agencies that seek an exemption from a Complete Streets approach for an identified corridor, something they've already identified in a bike plan or a pedestrian plan, they just have to justify that exemption and make the information public. There's no technical oversight, there's no second opinion, and we think that VTA should play that role. So we're urging you to update any motion to approve this item so that VTA staff are given the resources to review the proposed exceptions and comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion. Any comments?
I would second the motion, although I want to also recuse myself from 6.25.
Yes.
Okay, so I recuse.
Okay.
My second is withdrawn.
So I move the consent calendar.
Okay, moved by Member Hendricks and seconded by Mr. Yeager. Okay. Any other discussion on this? Otherwise, I'll call. Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rennie.
With your indulgence, just 30-second comment. I want to highlight the sustainability plan 6.29 and thank staff, commend staff and their sustainability teams for all of that. I was impressed with everything in the report. Also would encourage you to find ways, I understand budget is tight, but to transition to the electric buses for help to our environment and fuel savings cost, and possibly look for partnerships maybe with your new community choice aggregators that are starting up in the area.
Thank you. Yes, another.
Just a quick comment I want to get on the record. I'm curious about VTA's plan to reconcile the kind of projected sales tax and the actual sales tax receipts for the local roads and streets complete streets plan on 6.18. Just because this is under consent calendar, right? Yeah, okay. Just because my understanding is we have the projections and the allotments for the cities, but then sometimes the sales tax does not come in as projected, and whatever the cities will get, the cities need time to reallocate their plans. And so I had a request from my San Jose DOT to just put that on the record and to ask VTA to kind of address that.
So we'll have VTA look at that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. If there's no other comment, I'm going to...
Just have one.
Oops, go ahead.
On 6.8, this is the a joint development solicitation. I wanted to ask for staff to give just an off-agenda report over the length of time they will allow the bid to be out. And part of the reason is that the explanation for having an external third party is to get moving on the site. And at some point, we may need to decide that we're not going to use a third party. We may need to bring it back in-house and try to entitle the site ourselves. So if the staff could just offline give an update of time would be of great assistance to me. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to call the question. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously with the recusals. And did Secretary get all of those, or do I need to repeat them? We're good. All right, thank you. Okay, we'll now proceed to the regular agenda. And as I mentioned earlier, we are going to hear items 7.1 and 7.2 together, and we'll end up taking the separate votes, and so we'll move our way through that. I'm going to ask, I will let you know where in the presentation, if you can hold questions until we have breaks in the presentation to entertain those questions. I would appreciate that. These are very meaty items, so I expect us to take a little bit of time here. Don't want to rush it. And with that, I'm going to have Raj, our Chief Operating Officer, introduce this item, or these items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, I'm the Chief Financial Officer, not the Chief Operating Officer for VTA. And with me to my right is Ali Huda, Deputy Director of Finance. And to my left is Carol Lawson, who is the Finance Manager. And last but not the least, I have Jeffrey Cleveland. Jeffrey is a Principal and Chief Economist at a globally renowned investment management firm called Payden & Regal. The reason I've asked Jeffrey to join us is we've all had some concerns over the economy. The economy has grown very well continuously for the last now 7 years or so. So there is some concern, how long will this go on? And you all have copies of Jeffrey's bio in your reading material. I just want to highlight a couple of things. Number one, Jeffrey is a frequent speaker at many industry forums, economic and financial forums. He's also often quoted in the financial media, and he's a frequent speaker at Bloomberg, CNBC, and Fox Business News. Of all his accomplishments, there is one accomplishment that I'm really fascinated with. He's one of the 40 people in history who has completed what's called a triple crown in open water swimming. He has swum across the English Channel, Catalina Channel, I have no idea why, but around Manhattan as well. With that, let me turn it over to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Raj. I'm also returning to my roots a bit here. I was born in Mountain View, and I spent some time in my childhood in San Jose, 1379 Golden Lake Road. I have no idea how to get there from here. You know, I was a small boy, but it's great to be back. In addition to ocean swimming, I now spend my time trying to think about the world, the economy, and what might happen in the year ahead. It's a difficult task, but as Raj said, it's very important. I want to cut to the chase, though, right off the bat, because I know my time is limited. I think the most important thing to think about when you're talking about economic growth in the next 12 to 24 months is to answer the question, where are we in the economic cycle? And we get a lot of attention on this topic, and I will start here with this cartoon, because this is what I hear often from friends, colleagues, clients, parents. The end is near. And by the end, I mean the end of the business cycle. So the economic expansion, as Raj said, is 7 years old. And people are always saying it's about to end, you know, now, next week, next month. And I want to say right at the outset, I don't think we're at the end just yet. I think we have a couple of more years in this economic cycle. And I want to walk through a couple of reasons why. People who tell us that the end is near, they always look at the calendar. So Raj said 7 years. This actual expansion, as you see on the far right on that screen, 93 months. So it's beyond the average in the post-war era, which is 61 months for an economic cycle. The economic cycle stretching from the trough of the previous recession in 2009 to the peak, the ultimate peak. That's how you get that months. So 93 is on the longer end. I would just caution, though, that the calendar is, and I don't think, the best determinant of the cycle. The calendar, counting up the number of dates. We've seen over time the economy can grow for longer stretches of time. You'll notice in the chart, if you look on the left-hand side, you were much shorter cycles, booms and busts. We were then an economy in the U.S. that was more heavily dependent on agriculture and then manufacturing. So if we had a bad harvest, we could have a cycle. If we had a production of too many widgets, for example, we could have a bust where we had to liquidate. We are now more heavily dependent on services. And just to use a really simple example, it's very difficult to overproduce haircuts. Haircut being a service provided. When you go in, the haircut is conducted. When you're not there, they aren't stockpiling some. But I think the corporate debt that we're seeing is more prudent in its use and makes sense. So,
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Canvas.
You know, I'm really interested in what you said about the unemployment numbers being the best indicator of a recession, and I appreciate you're taking a lot of different facts into to suggest the good and the bad from the administration. You know, I have to say, driving down here today, this valley has been experiencing a huge shortage of housing. But I drove by 3 vacancy signs just on the way to work today, and I was a little taken aback. But last week we also had 1,000 people laid off from Cisco. I have gone into Sears, and it looks like Sears and Macy's at Oak Ridge Mall look like you know, a desert. Nobody's shopping in them. So do you think it's also possible that a lot of I know that a lot of retail is being purchased online and with less retail employees being done more efficiently? Do you think that is it possible that your projections may even not be accurate in the future because less people are required to work to do the same tasks?
I think very interesting. We're hearing a lot about, say, robots and automation and the elimination of jobs. But the figure that I cited was 4.4 on the unemployment rate, which is as low as it was in the last cycle. And it's one of the lowest unemployment rates that we've seen in the post-war era. So we have 2 things going on here. I think we do have some issues with automation, but it's not causing unemployment. Actually, we have close to, I wouldn't say it's full employment, but we're getting close to that level. And so I think the automation makes a good story, but I just don't see it in the unemployment data.
And how old is your data is the next question I was going to ask. Like, when was the cutoff?
So the data that I showed you, a couple different things. When I was referring to 4.4 on the unemployment rate, we'll get another data point tomorrow on that unemployment rate. So it could, it could tick up, or we'll keep an eye on it. That'll come out at 5:30 a.m. our time here. So it's monthly data, though. It's monthly. It's as current as we can. The layoffs data that actually I said was the key, I think, to follow, that comes out weekly. So that's pretty current. Now, I also want to say, it could be that I'm wrong, and we're now on the cusp of a recession. I just pointed the layoffs to you. If that's the case, we should see that start to tick up. Yeah. If we're seeing, it's not unusual to see layoffs in certain sectors. So you mentioned Cisco or Macy's. It's not unusual every week to have layoffs. What is unusual when you start to get clusters and when you start to see it rise, and that's what we're looking for on that chart. And we haven't quite seen it yet. So the retail question, though, is a good one. I should say, when we're talking about forecasting and we're talking about business cycles, we're often talking about the next 2 years, for example. I think what's going on in retail is beyond the business cycle, right? And that goes for a lot of the automation. It's a structural issue. It's going to play out. It's going to continue to play out. So you have Amazon that's replacing some of the the retail. So it's not that retail is in decline, it's that retail is it's morphing, it's changing its form. Instead of going to those stores that you mentioned along the way, you're getting those brown boxes on your doorstep when you get home. So you're still spending, which I think is important for the economy, but the beneficiaries that are changing. So I think that's important. And these structural issues play out over decades, so it's going to be more than a business cycle that this is going to be with us. Manufacturing employment actually has been declining for 70 years as a share of employment. We now produce more manufactured goods than we ever have before, actually, when you look at value output. So we have fewer people employed doing that, to your point, but we're way more efficient. We're able to produce more, which is, I think, from my perspective, a good thing, a great thing. It's not a sign of weakness if we have fewer people in the manufacturing sector or fewer people in the retail sector.
I appreciate that, and I think the stock market spells out your theory pretty well. I've been watching it recently, and I think my colleagues and the mayor might be happy to hear the report that's coming out of our pension funds coming up pretty soon, too. So anyway, thank you for your report.
My pleasure.
Member Diep.
Just to your point about it not being necessarily a bad thing that we have fewer people manufacturing because our output is up there. But if we don't have people in manufacturing, the trend of jobs goes to services. And how is that, I guess, sustainable as an economy if we're all just consumers?
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful question. If you go back to the year 1800 or 1815, let's say, most of people employed in the U.S. were employed in agriculture. If you flash forward to about the early 20th century, so 1920s into the 1930s, you say most of people are employed in manufacturing. And today it's services, it's been services, the majority. It's probably 80% right now in services. And I think we have a vibrant economy. So you can, I think you can have a very vibrant economy with a service-oriented economy. I think that's the direction we're going. I know that some people, I will just say my father always reminds me that he likes an economy where we make stuff. And we do make stuff globally. A lot of stuff is made globally. And in the U.S., manufacturing output in the U.S. is at all-time high. It's a question of what we make versus what we made 40 or 50 years ago. So semiconductors, for example, or auto parts, those are big in terms of U.S. manufacturing. But I think we can employ fewer people in some of those industries. Those people will migrate into the services sectors. And the question I get the most on this is, well, if they're not making stuff and they're in services, what jobs in 10 years will they have? And the answer to that, to be perfectly honest, is that no economist knows. Because if you had economists lined up here 10 years ago, they probably wouldn't have told you about social media marketing. We will create new avenues. By not having to employ so many people in certain sectors, we free up our creativity to go to different sectors. And it's actually a really great thing. That's the story of economic growth.
So with economic growth cycles, and you talk about agriculture back in the 1900s when everyone was just in agriculture, and then you go through the move forward with mechanical engineering, all that stuff. Do you feel that we're at a spot where when we make that next great leap, let's say, great leap forward to use that, there's this problem of, or potential for great class divide where there's these haves and have-nots and people kind of get left out and there's this unrest because of it?
I think historically you have a time where you're transitioning workers from one industry to another. You can have your discontent, I think would be a term, because these things are happening quickly and it's not easy to transition from one sector to another in a short period of time. I think that's part of what we've seen happening, especially in the last 10 years. So, but the good news is this. If I was here 5 or 6 years ago or 7 years ago, I think we would have a similar conversation. People would bring that up and they would say that the unemployment rate is always going to be high, where it's not going to come down. We have people who are permanently unemployable. They don't have the skills. But 5 or 6 years have passed now, and what we found is people have transitioned. The unemployment rate is low. We still do have some discouraged workers and some workers that are working part-time for economic reasons, they say in the data. So they would want a full-time job, but they can only find a part-time. But that number is about 1.5 million right now, and it's back down to the lows that it was a decade ago. So a lot of those problems, they do work themselves out over time. So I don't mean to be dismissive, like, you know, someone loses a job in manufacturing, that's a bad thing for that person. But what we're finding in the economy as a whole, they are transitioning over to other positions.
Thank you so much. That's reassuring.
Thank you. And so what I'd like to do now is go ahead and move forward. So thank you so much. Appreciate it, and thank you for answering all of our questions and such. I'm glad to have you back in your home base.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, again, staff is going to do a presentation on both the annual budget and the fair policy. And I will let you know when we're going to take questions. I think staff's going to move through this fairly quickly. For most of us, we've seen this. But again, you'll have an opportunity to ask the questions at that point. Carol, are you?
I'm it. Thank you. I'm just going to speak a little bit about with the final proposed budget. There is only one minor change to the overall appropriation levels from what was presented at the board workshop in April. There is a $10 million increase to the budget appropriation for the 2016 Measure B program, and that is for the Local Streets and Roads program one-time advance of FY17 fourth quarter receipts. We had left that out when we did the original proposal, so we've added that in. That's the only change in the total appropriation levels that was presented earlier. There are some other various changes to some of the schedules. They're laid out on page 2 of the board memo, and these were items really just for either revised information, content clarification, or to highlight a specific action. Just real quickly, the budget is as proposed, and now I'm speaking about the VTA Transit Fund specifically. Is based on the service levels that were adopted last month, at the board. For bus service, there was no increase from the adopted budget, but as we've discussed earlier, there was an increase from what we're currently projecting for FY17, and it's a total of 7%, and the cost of that additional service, which is related to the expanded and new evening, late night and weekend service, has an annual cost of roughly $12 million. On the light rail side, this includes the, again, the new service levels that were adopted at the May 4th board meeting. And once fully implemented, there would be a 25% increase from what we're currently providing with an annual cost of $11 million. The proposed funding for those items, 2016 Measure B is proposed from the Enhanced Frequent Core Network program area of $12 million per year, and this is in support of the bus additional cost. And 2000 Measure A, we're proposing to increase the operating assistance from 18.5% to 20.75%, and this is to partially support the enhanced light rail service. Ali's going to talk for a few minutes about the fare items, and then we'll come back and I'll finish up.
Thank you, Carol. Ali Huda, Deputy Director of Finance and Budget. The fare proposals are what were presented at the board workshop. There are no changes to the fare proposals. In summary, we are proposing an increase into the base fares. We are proposing to increase the discount for the youth fares and align the youth fares with fares for seniors and disabled. We are proposing free VTA to VTA transfers on Clipper. We are proposing to continue the transit assistance program, eliminate the community bus fares because the revised service plan that the board approved will no longer have community bus as a service category, and we are proposing to restructure the EcoPass program. This is a table that gives a comparison of the current fares, the fares that are proposed as of January 1, 2018, and proposed fares for January 1 and 2019. Again, they are what were presented to the board at the April board workshop. We are, as I said, restructuring the EcoPass program, beginning with the name. It will be called the VTA Smart Pass program. The program will have 3 pass categories based on user types. The collegiate pass, university and community colleges would pay a price of $40, which is the San Jose State price. Currently, it's $36. It is proposed to be increased to $38 in 2018 and to $40 in 2019. California community colleges, which pay less as $9 a year per student, those increases would be capped at no more than $5 per year until they reach the San Jose State University price level, which would take about 7 years. All of the Smart Pass categories would not include service on VTA's express bus service. That is an extra option that we have proposed. We're proposing a not-for-profit pass for nonprofits, low-income housing, and government agencies. These would see a consolidation of tiers in January of 2018 and a 15% increase starting in January 2019. And the corporate pass for for-profit organizations would see a consolidation of tiers in January 2018 and a 25% increase in January of 2019. The concerns that we have about the EcoPass programs are primarily that the program in itself is financially not sustainable. VTA's cost to provide a ride is approximately $8 based on our 2016 NTD published data. We collect as low as 22 cents per ride from one of the community colleges, specifically De Anza Community College. So that is the structural disparity that we have that makes the program financially unsustainable. Overall, as an EcoPass program, including the corporations and non-for-profits, it is still not financially sustainable. So it's not just limited to universities and colleges. The other issue that we have, or concern that we have with the current EcoPass program, is that there is a significant equity issue in terms of the disparate pricing that we have for what is essentially the same service to different categories of our riders. So for example, for unlimited rides on VTA's regular service for 1 year, a student at De Anza College would pay $9 a year. A student at San Jose State University pays $36 a year. A low-income adult who actually has the benefit of the TAP or the Transit Assistance Program, is eligible and gets that benefit, pays $300. And because 2/3 of our ridership is low income, and many people don't qualify for the TAP benefit, those low-income individuals would pay $770 per year. So you have a wide disparity among what could be called similarly situated individuals that have very low income and pay very different prices for that same service. So that's those are the concerns that we have about the program. We did extensive public outreach. We had the 9 community meetings with the Next Network on outreach, and we had 5 community meetings with the budget process. We've also reached out to all of the EcoPass coordinators multiple times and offered to meet with them. We had De Anza College students that attended 3 of the 5 community college meetings. At the request of board member Vaidyanathan, we met with De Anza College students at De Anza. I was there myself with 2 of my staff members. We heard their concerns. The concerns are primarily that the students cannot afford the increase in the fares. We've heard from San Jose State University students that they would want the express option included in their current in their fare structure. And we analyzed the usage of the express fares by San Jose State students. Of the students that actually currently use their EcoPass on express service, 94% use them on line 181, which will be discontinued once BART comes to San Jose. And they will then be able to take the line 500, which is part of their collegiate pass from the Berryessa station to the college. 4% of their student that actually use the express service commute from Gilroy. They use line 168. There is a parallel line 68 which gives them essentially the same service, but it's a regular route. It makes more stops, it takes longer, but it gets them from Gilroy to the school. We've also heard from seniors. You know, there is a price increase for seniors for monthly passes, and that, you know, seniors on fixed income cannot afford higher fares. This is a summary of the revenue impacts of the proposed fare policy changes. The revenue impact of $3.4 million and $6.9 million for fiscal year 18 and 19 are included in the proposed budget that is in front of you for consideration. So with that, I will turn it over to Carol to wrap it up.
Thank you, Ali. So using the expenditure assumptions that I discussed with the service, that's the gray bars. The blue is the base revenues. The orange is the fare policy changes that Ali referred to. And the green is the additional funding from 2016 Measure B and 2000 Measure A that I referred to earlier. So where that leaves us in FY18 is a deficit of $20 million, and in FY19 a deficit of $26 million. When we came to the board workshop, we showed two options and what it would look like. One included financing proceeds, and the other one showed the deficit coming from reserves. So really those, you know, we still propose those as the options. You could use the short-term financing when appropriate to fund the capital needs, fund from reserves, or really more likely a combination of short-term financing and the reserves. So what we are proposing, the actions tonight, would be the adoption of the appropriation for the 18 and 19 biennial budget, adopting the fare policy changes, and also which includes review and approving the Title VI fare equity analysis. What we are proposing is that we would come back in the fall with a recommended optimal mix of short-term financing and reserves to address the projected deficit. Now, why the fall is that there's three specific things that we'll know more than we know now. One of them is that we will have the final FY17 sales tax numbers. We'll also have a clearer picture of our projected funds from SB1, and there will also be increased certainty of what the BART service start date is, which then drives when the next network and the light rail enhancement service comes into play, and that is one of the main drivers of the expenditures. So at that time, we'll know more what our projected deficit will be at that point, and what the best approach is to address that. So that is all I have. Raj, I think, wants to follow up.
Sure. Thank you, Carol. If I may add, you know, Ali and Carol both talked about the budget workshop. This is the exact budget, not just at the workshop, but also at the ANF committee meeting last month. The numbers have not changed for both revenues and expenses, as well as the fare policies. And the next steps as well. These are all the same things that we presented to at the Administrative and Finance Committee last month. With that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so before we take questions, let me put things into context here. We have 30 speakers that we will be going through. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and ask for any clarifying questions. So hold your comments, just clarifying questions. And then we're going to move to the public comment. And for the public, we're going to give you each a minute, and I'm going to encourage you that you don't feel obligated to take your full minute. Feel free. It is yours to take. But if you're repeating something before you, it's okay to come up to the microphone and just say ditto if that's what you want to do, okay? So a lot of you will be speaking on the same message. So thank you very much. Let's go for clarifying questions. Can we start with Member Camus?
Yeah, I have a clarifying question. I know that we've received many phone calls and emails regarding the increase to the EcoPass, and I wanted to see if staff can clarify the amount of the increase, how long it's going to be before it all gets the increase, the increment, and how much is already being collected from the students.
So I can address that. Currently, De Anza College pays $9 per year. They
Per year.
per year per student.
Thank you.
And because their enrollment varies from quarter to quarter, we actually charge them on their actual enrollment for the quarter. So you'll have $2.25 per quarter that they would pay per student. And our understanding is that full-time students pay $5 per quarter to the college. That's what they have assessed.
So you're saying they're paid $20 and we collect $9?
Yeah,
Per
their
year.
website shows $5 a quarter, so I'm assuming that, yes, you're right.
Okay. And how are we going to increase this? Can you explain?
We are proposing that price would go to $14 for calendar year 2018. All the fare changes that we are proposing to be effective January 1 of 2018. So for 2018, we would increase their price from $9 per student per year to $14 per student per year. And then in 2019, it would go to $19 per student per year. And then it would add by $5 per student per year. It will take a total of about 7 years before they reach $40.
Thank you for the clarification. And there, since De Anza's, can you tell me why, and if you've reached out to the people in De Anza to see why they collect $20 and only pay us $9?
The students brought that up. The students had told us that they would go back and check with the administration. We've reached out to the EcoPass coordinator at De Anza College twice. We had sent it to all the EcoPass coordinators. We did not hear back from the coordinator themselves. What we've heard back from our students, both at the community meetings as well as the meeting that we had. When we went to De Anza for the meeting, it was organized by the students. There was nobody from the administration. Board member Vaidyanathan was present, but there was really nobody from the administration.
That seems kind of odd to me. So you're saying that De Anza won't even return our phone call?
We had reached out to them twice, to the EcoPass coordinator. We did not hear back from them.
Is there any people from De Anza, and is there any administrators from De Anza here in the audience tonight? Anybody? Okay. Thank you very much.
Member Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to ask two questions about the fare policy and one about the budget. So let me just start with the budget overall. On our budget, when we originally were planning for this year and we were going through the preparation for Next Network, did we initially anticipate that we would be using Measure B funds for expanding services and not supplanting services? Was that your understanding?
When the first sales tax forecast was developed around November, December of last year. At the same time, we looked at the expense forecast as well, what it would cost. And based on the service levels at that point, the expenses were way higher than what the revenue estimates were. So we went a little bit more granular in that to look at what pieces of the expense, what were the components that were driving the expenses up. Then we realized the service hours, both bus and rail, were higher than what we were experiencing in 17. And that was the first inkling we got that, yes, we are embarking on a much higher service level compared to what was actually delivered or will be delivered in 17. Before that, the thought or the intent was to keep it at the same budgeted levels at 17 for 18 and 19. Although we budgeted higher service hours for 17, but the actual was about, or will be about 102,500 service hours less in bus than what is planned for in 18 and 19.
So one of the reasons that I asked for the Measure B guidelines to be considered next month is that I have a concern that when we talked to the voters and when we talked to advocates about what we were going to use that $500 million for, that it really was additive, number one, and number two, that it would allow us to provide more support than is reflected in our fare policy, in particular for seniors. So I'm really uncomfortable with the structure of the budget today. I just have one other question relative to the budget, and I apologize that I don't.
May I add just one more thing
Please.
to what I just said, if you don't mind?
Yeah, of course.
It is additive. The 102,500 service hours are predominantly to increase service in weekend evenings as well as increase headways, 15-minute service in the core network. So the service that's being proposed in 18 as well as in 19 is additive to what we are delivering right now in 17.
The focus of the ballot initiative in the ballot language is on low income, seniors, the disabled, and youth. And we are reaching into those resources from my perspective beyond that community. And that's not, I'm not even saying that I think we don't have options, and so I'm not making hay out of that, but it does impact, from my perspective, the rest of the Measure B approach, including an issue that I just wanted to again raise with my colleagues, which is making sure that we look very carefully overall at Measure B for long-term operations and maintenance. We have approached the voters many times for construction, and all of us in every single city that we represent are looking at unfunded construction and rehabilitation and all the other the buildings and all that. And I want to make sure that as we proceed that we have a plan for maintenance. And I'll also remind you that part of the reason we have a budget problem is that we did end up investing unexpectedly, needing to use some operating cash to be able to fix some of our rail cars. And so again, you're not bringing us something that you have an option, but we do have an option in terms of how we think long term about the investment of Measure B. So I just want to make that point to my colleagues. The second issue is around the fare structure. And I do want to say to the staff, I really appreciate the work that was done on this because it so reflects the feedback you got from the board. And again, I recognize we're doing this within a finite pie. Here's a question I have about the TAP program in particular. My recollection of TAP is that the $1 million we're spending there does not directly all go into subsidizing riders, that some of it goes into administration. And my question is, did we consider whether or not we have the capacity to means test if we want to use a program like TAP? And the reason I'm asking whether or not we considered that is that for some of the students, and I'll just use De Anza as an example, they have students who get something called a BOG waiver because they're low income enough that they have to have other considerations on their campuses. So if we are going to be looking at means testing the way we do for TAP, and frankly even for the services of I don't want to use the wrong name for it, but for the disabled community, then my question is whether or not that's something that we would expand and be able to do ourselves so that the bulk of the money really did subsidize the rides and not more than that.
If I may, Madam Chair, I would like to ask Ali Huda, who's been working very closely in the TAP program, to describe the extent of the administrative fees that are part of the TAP program, and then what type of additional resources will be required should something like that be brought in-house.
So the $1 million that we are proposing, 200,000 of that per year is paid through the county to the emergency assistance network that actually administers the program and does the screening. The important thing to note here is that they don't just test for eligibility. It's a part, the transit assistance is a part of a package of services that they provide of which transportation is one essential element. It's very similar to the Uplift program that we have with the county, where it's really a program to get somebody to change their station in life, and the transportation then becomes an essential element of a package of services that they receive.
And does the TAP, are we doing that program through, so VTA, wearing my VTA hat, we're writing $1 million check to the county for that service so that they administer it?
No, the way we write $200,000 check to the county, $50,000 per quarter, which they in turn distribute to the
as part of WIC and the other projects. Right. Okay.
And the remaining $800,000 really accounts for the price difference between what the recipients pay, which is $25 per month or $300 a year, and the actual price of the pass.
So one thing that I had asked the county, and I'll just raise this again because I've asked this with VTAs, your look at the nonprofit fair that you have in here, which I think is just a very thoughtful approach. I do think that institutions like the county, and this may actually be true for the city of San Jose or some of our larger institutions, could look at different kinds of financial relationships longer term with VTA. And what I mean by that is that, the county not only buys, the eco passes, we buy this program that you end up paying us for, but we have other programs that we're spending money, for example, on foster youth, on children who are on probation, adults in probation, and then we come back and we spend smaller pots of money. And I'd still like us to write one big check to cover the activities that we're working on. I think that's in process, and I know it's complicated, but I think if we're thinking about VTA as a book of business, and also, frankly, being able to get the resources we could get out of the county and still, for stabilization for VTA, frankly, because of the amount of need that the county has, that by approaching the county in that way may be a way to improve our business relationship and then make it easier for us to meet one of our highest obligations around mobility. Thank you.
Okay, again, staying with clarifying questions, Vice Chair Liccardo.
Thank you. Raj, I really want to thank you and your team for taking all the time you have with me, because I know this has been a difficult budget year. And the one set of questions I failed to ask really relate to the comparison of revenue and expenses chart, the very familiar chart that you guys put together every quarter. And, looking at the major cost items, we really see very large increases in costs. And in some of these areas, it's easily understandable, for example, fuel or utilities, because we're now going to be paying for much more service. I assume we're paying for our proportionate share of BART service, for example, and so forth, and all that increases quite a bit. And labor costs, I understand the increases there. They're in our contracts. But as we look, there's other very large items. For example, materials and supplies increase almost 37% in the next fiscal year. Is that a bus procurement? Is that what that reflects, or is there something else going on?
That is the light rail vehicle overhaul. That's the parts for the light rail vehicle overhaul.
Got it. Okay. And then we see very large increases in security. Is that all about BART?
No, this is the additional sheriff and Allied Universal. That was the two contracts that were approved last fall and December.
Okay. And they weren't fully baked in the last year's budget because they were approved after last year's budget was approved.
Right. We, as part of those contract awards, we augmented the FY17 budget, and now the 18 and 19 reflects that additional cost. And they didn't kick in until January also.
Okay. And then the last item, professional special services, and I'll merge that with what's called other services, really large increases in those areas. You can give me a sort of a...
Some of the professional service increase is facility assessments, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I know that's a large piece of it. Let me do some research.
That's fine. We can talk offline. Thank you very much.
Okay. Member O'Neill.
Thank you. So my question has to do with, I was looking at the chart that was part of the kind of supplement C, the 2008 Measure B as opposed to our most recent Measure B. So this chart here, this is showing us where the actual operating costs, because hopefully by the end of the year, we're actually going to begin operating the, having BART operate from Milpitas and Berryessa. So all the costs, or most of the costs that we're going to have to pay back to BART for the actual operation are coming out of these 2008 Measure B fund? Is that why that chart's there?
That's correct. That's the specific purpose for that measure was operating maintenance and capital reserve costs for BART.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Member Hendricks.
Yeah, I have one request that when it comes after the speakers, if I could speak first at my comments. But then I have a question, I think, to get to Board Member Chavez's question about maintenance and how we apply. I think in this budget as we go forward, you're taking a look at a structural change of how we try and take a look and budget for that. So could you maybe try and go into just a little bit of detail of how we're trying to, in this budget and going forward, actually allocate and structure for those maintenance dollars like we haven't done in the past?
Sure. One of the things, this I talked quite a bit at the budget workshop a month or so ago. We predominantly have one source of revenues, that's a 1976 sales tax. We do get a little bit of operating assistance from Measure A, but it's mostly 76 sales tax, which we use to pay for all of our operating expenses. And if anything, and to the extent anything is left over, we use that for what's called the VTA local share of capital. We do maximize what we get from FTA for our capital program, but our needs far outweigh what we get from FTA, so that's what we use. 17, which we are in fiscal year 17, which we are in right now, we don't have any surplus left. That was one of the reasons, if you recall the board action we asked was defer, any payments to that to balance the budget, which we'll come back to in the fall. What is the optimal way, whether we should take it out of the reserves to fund those midlife rehab and a few other local capital needs, or to do some short-term financing. We'll come back to you with what the optimal mix would be. Going forward, one of the things which I mentioned, I believe again at the budget workshop, was we're also looking at the various reserve policies we have. And one of the recommendations would be, it's still a work in progress right now, would be to establish what is called a state of good repair fund, and makes a minimal contribution right off the top before we try to go into an operating budget or expend anything on operations. Put that aside, then go with the operating expenditure. So that, there are only two ways that I know of how you would fund a large capital expenditure. One, either you save enough money or you borrow money, pay it over the life of the asset. There are only two ways of doing it, unless you get a huge windfall from somewhere, which unlikely we're going to get. One of the things long-term would be to establish the state of good repair fund that would pay for any local capital needs, or something like the midlife rehab that's going to cost us about $41, $42 million now, which we were expecting will take place in 19 or so, but was advanced because of a host of other things. So that'll be one way of doing it, and to bridge the gap in the interim is what will come back to you with a short-term financing fix.
Right. So I just wanted to highlight that the question you were talking about, how we deal with that maintenance piece. We're actually trying to structurally change the budget of how we look at that going forward. So that's.
Even if we structurally change it, the big question is long-term and short-term, what is the source of funds? Right. And so that's the reason I'm hammering on Measure B. So yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
Mine wasn't the Measure B. Mine was more about the funding of the.
Yeah, and I think that's good. Thank you.
Member Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to tag on to Member Camus's comments. I apologize. I'm all the way on the other side, and it's been a while. One thing that I'm trying to understand is when these prices were first set up, you obviously decided, De Anza College got one price and San Jose State got another, and now you're saying that's unfair and they need to be the same. Why is it that they need to be the same now?
I'll turn it over to Ali because, some of these prices were set long before I was here. And Ali has been here for the about 25, 30 years now. He can probably know history a little bit better than I do. I'm sorry, Ali.
No, I mean, the history of this is that the prices that were set when the program was first implemented way back in the late 1990s, without any understanding of usage patterns or what, there was just an estimate. There has really not been many changes to the EcoPass program. There was one price increase of an ad hoc 20% in 2009. But over the last 2 years, we transitioned our EcoPass customers, all of them, to Clipper. And so we are able to get actual usage data by EcoPass customer. So we can now look at the usage of De Anza students versus Evergreen College students versus Cisco or versus anybody else. So we're able to see that, and what we're seeing is that the usage of the De Anza students is on an equivalent basis. And when I say equivalent, their enrollment numbers are significantly different, but a single mechanism that we use is the average fare per boarding. So total revenues we get from the college divided by the total rides that are taken by the students. The usage for De Anza College is actually even greater than the usage from San Jose State University. So those were, when we embarked on this fare study, one of the things that we looked at was the usage. And how do you make it such that that you take that as a factor into consideration?
If I may just add one thing to what Mr. Huda said. I didn't mean to duck that question. I've been only here for 2 years. This really predates me. One of the things, what we're bringing to the board is not just a fare increase. It's a whole fare policy change. If you look at the slide on the screen now, there are a lot of areas we're streamlining fares. We are reducing fare. For example, VTA bus to rail transfer or bus to bus transfer will be free. Right now, somebody takes a bus and transfers a bus will have to pay another fare. So we are doing away with the transfer if it's within a 90-minute window, just to help ridership and to facilitate that. We're also lowering the youth fare. And there are so many other structural changes we are doing. For example, now simplifying fare structure, consolidating the various, I don't know, about a dozen or so different tiers in the EcoPass. So it's a whole fare policy change and a structural change to make it easy and make it a little bit more economically viable. So I just don't want to, go away with the impression that, it's just a fare increase, and it's not.
So when I first looked at it, I thought, the larger college, so basically what they're doing is they're charging every student whether they use it or not. And in a larger college, you would have more students not using it, so you set a lower rate so it's not such a penalty for people not using it. And what you're telling me is actually the percentage is so much higher than used at San Jose State that, in fact, it's not really unfair to raise it, I think you're saying.
That's a fair characterization.
And then, I think you're also saying it's all about fare structure. It's not really about money and what we could raise. And because I just wanted to make sure I am reading the table correctly, it looks like this increase would only bring in $0.2 million more from this year to 18, and then I think it reads, so I'm looking at the table on page 8 of 10, EcoPass revenue per boarding by institution type. So it goes from 1.6 million to 1.8 in 2018 for the collegiate pass because of the changes. So it seems like it's very small increase to VTA's revenue.
Actually, overall, EcoPass restructuring will give us about $1.3 million in increased revenues. That's a slide on the screen right now. In 18, about 3.1 in 19, because the implementation will start in January, not on July 1. When it's fully implemented, which would be fiscal year 2020, the impact is $8.9 million per year.
But what I see from the collegiate-only part of the EcoPass is only a 0.2 first year, and I think it's a 0.3 in the second year increase.
Yeah, so that's because the first year increase is only a 6-month increase. The second year increase would be for a full year, but you really need to look at fiscal year 20 and beyond, because keep in mind that The biggest share of this is San Jose State, which only has a $2 per student increase because they're already paying $36 per student per year. And De Anza students' increase will really not be reflected until the next 7 years. So it's a very gradual ramp up, and that was we considered that as really being sensitive to their affordability issues. So we're not taking them from the $9 per student per year to $40 per student per year in a short time. We're really spreading that out over 7 years, considering the fact that they do have affordability issues.
Okay, thank you.
Member Jones.
Yes, my first question is about the corporate pass. Can you give me a little bit more detail or walk me through how you derived the pricing for the corporate passes and the price sensitivity that was involved with coming up with those numbers?
So the corporate pass actually would have there is a two-step change. In January of 2018, there would be a consolidation of the tiers. Currently, there are 3 areas, geographical areas, and there are 4 tiers. So you have a tier for employers who have 1 to 99 employees. You have another tier for employers that have 100 to 999 employees. Those 2 tiers would get consolidated, and so a corporation that pays $18 per employee today would pay what an employer that has 1 to 99 employees would pay, which is $21.60 in January of 18. And then there is a 25% increase effective January of 2019. So you have a consolidation of the tiers that happens in 18, where those employers who are in the higher price categories, so in the example I gave you, 1 to 99, or in the second set, the 3,000 to 14,999 employees, they would pay excuse me. I'm referring to the table on page 7 of 10. So those employers who are paying $18 would pay who are paying $9 would pay $18, and who are paying $36 would pay $72. If that answers your question in terms of how that price structure would work out.
So the first tier where it goes up to $2,999 actually would pay a significantly lower fare than the tier that goes from $3,000 to $14,999, if I'm looking at this correctly.
In the first year, they would pay $72, which is higher than what the $3,000 to $14,999 employees pay, which is employers would pay, which is $18 per person.
And so, can you tell me the process, the analytical process you went through to come up with those numbers, and why you have a lower price point for the larger?
So the biggest issue in terms of the analytical process, the key objectives that we had were to look at the sustainability of the program and to look at the usage and to simplify the program to the extent possible. Keeping in mind that we wanted to be able to separate the user types so that we have students who would bear, lower increases structurally in the future than, for example, corporate employers. When we separate it into three groups, instantly you would multiply the number of combinations, which currently was 12 to 36. And so we wanted to have some structure that would simplify it, and that's the reason why we looked at the tiers as the logical place to begin, where if we consolidate the tiers, you still keep it manageable from an administrative point of view. And looking at when you consolidate tiers and you pick the price that is already in place for a certain group, then there is also some equity that regardless of size, within that group, you are actually paying what somebody else is already paying.
So what you're telling me is that you base the price increase starting from the base of the specific tier. So the corporate tier that goes up to $2,999, you started out at a lower price point, so then you adjusted it accordingly, and the same for the larger companies, as opposed to doing almost like a ground-up, zero-based fare process of looking at what would be the appropriate price point for.
Well, we looked at that because what happens is that when you have employers that are larger, they do tend to have less usage because, and this is where employers and universities have very different usage patterns. So employers that are really large-based employers do tend to have lesser usage. And we did an analysis of the usage by those groups, and that's how we came up to those categories.
So and I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So it wasn't based on their willingness or to pay a particular price point. It was based on usage. So do we do any kind of surveys or got feedback from these different tiers of corporations to figure out what they would be willing to pay and what kind of value they receive from our services?
We did not ask them what they would be willing to pay. Our standard price for a year's worth of service is $770. We've continually, as we meet with these employers, we've continually offered them the option of transitioning to a Clipper Direct program, which is they would only pay for their employees that actually use the service at our standard prices, and that would be provided to them on a tax benefit basis. The employers have consistently chosen to participate in the EcoPass program because it is significantly more economical for them to do so.
Right. So again, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So we really don't know what these employers are willing to pay for this service.
If I may, actually we do. I mean, a single fare is $2, so that's a maximum. If nobody enrolls in an EcoPass, that's what they would pay. Right now, we collect 4 to 5 times more from a corporate EcoPass rider per use or per ride than we do from other riders. For example, now, we talked about, not that I want to pick on De Anza, I apologize if I'm using De Anza as an example. Just as an example, it's 22 cents per ride. And on a corporate EcoPass, it's as high as 85 cents per ride. So there is only so much more you can take before you start seeing the demand drop down, because $2 is our single fare. So with all the changes, we are trying to take them as close to what would be a saturation point beyond which it will be more economical for them to just use a single ride. So that's what we have done. So there have been a lot of analytics that have gone into that. But to your specific question, did we ask the employer what are they willing to pay? I mean, and if somebody asks me what am I willing to pay for a cup of coffee, I'll say nothing. I mean, so that wouldn't be very helpful. Yes, I mean, if you ask a consumer, what are you willing to pay for anything, it'll be a very low number.
Right, but we do have a benchmark. I mean, we have the private shuttles that corporations are using that they're spending a lot of money on. So we have some examples of the willingness to spend quite a bit of money to get their employees from their homes to their job sites.
No doubt, but that's a door-to-door service, pretty much, not a fixed route service. I agree. I mean, I live in a place where I have several employers from the Bay Area do pick up right outside where I live, but that's pretty much a door-to-door service. That's not a fixed route service. And again, our single fare is $2. So you have, for example, you know, somebody talked about Cisco a while ago. I'm not picking on Cisco, by the way, or any, let's say, Acme company. If a company has 10,000 employees, in an EcoPass program, they have to pay for all 10,000 employees, even if 10 of them take a ride. So at some point, it becomes uneconomical. So the price point we have chosen is what we believe is like the sweet spot. We do get to maximize revenues, but won't get hurt by lower ridership because we increase the prices. So it's a delicate balance. So that's what we've done.
Okay. One of the things that I know that for developments in San Jose is that we're requesting that developers and corporations that move into the commercial job sites also have a transportation demand management program. And I see that being a trend for development throughout this region. And so my feeling is that if we know that from a policy standpoint that we're pushing those types of programs, then that would lend itself to being an incentive for these corporations to want to, pay a fair rate to be part of an EcoPass program. So again, I just feel like there's some things that we could have done or that we haven't done to really truly understand what the demand is and what the true value that we can get out of the program for corporate customers. So that's just a concern I have. Next question is, I've actually had an opportunity to talk to some of the representatives from De Anza, and when they initially told me about their situation, I gave them a challenge, and I said, we need the revenue. We're trying to close a major budget gap. So don't come to me just with, can you keep our fares the same or lower, but come back with a proposal where you can offset it. And they did come back with a proposal that I don't know if you've seen or not, or if you had a chance to evaluate, but it was a proposal where where they had an offset, and two, they had a modification to the step up in terms of fares. So again, I don't know if you've seen the proposal or not, and if you have, what's your response or feedback to that?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I've seen the proposal. I mean, one of the proposals, I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. It's instead of the price going from $9 to $14 and $14 to $19 in subsequent years by $5 increments, the proposal was to charge $20 per year and keep that constant for the next 8 years, I believe. Now, 4 years, but 4 years. But after 4 years, no, it's not that. This is, I do remember the wording of the proposal. I know. Thank you. Keep the price for constant for 4 years, but at the end of 4 years, come back for a review on the impact of the program. But somewhere in the proposal, 1 or 2 paragraphs below that, it does say keep the price constant for 8 years. If that's the same proposal we're all reading, that's the proposal I'm talking about. Yes, I've read that. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Any other board members have any clarifying questions? Okay, it's 7:20, and as I said, we have about 30 speakers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call you up, and one speaker, Adina Levin, you submitted 2 speaker cards. You're only going to be able to speak the 1 minute, and you can cover both topics. I'm going to, the order I'm going to do these in are those that submitted a card regarding the budget. I'm going to call you guys first, and then we're going to move immediately into those that had flagged theirs as the fair policy, okay? So it's just going to be a continuous stream. To move us through, because this is going to be, that's a half hour going through the public comments, is I would like to ask you, please don't be shy. Come on up, form a line. And when you come up to the microphone, like I said, it's no particular order. Please identify yourself so I can pull your card out of my stack, okay? So, do you have a clarifying? Okay, so with that, John Courtney, Joe Young, Matthew Reed, Adina Levin. And please just go.
Oh, good evening. So my name is John Courtney, recording financial secretary of ATU Local 265, representing 2,200 members, active and retired. And I want to talk to you about the Measure B funding. And I want to remind the board and the VTA brass that it was ATU 265 members and officers who assisted to secure this funding. ATU 265 under the guidelines that this would ensure working family job protections. ATU is also part of the Transit Justice Alliance Coalition, and we work tirelessly with community leaders to secure this funding for you. And in a pocket of that money in the Measure B is a last mile, first mile Uber Lyft program, okay? And it's not an enhancement as advertised. It's actually a downgrade. You're going to use a service that provides no passenger endorsements, no mandatory drug testing, no mandatory ADA compliance. They're not union jobs, and it also violates our ATU collective bargaining agreement.
Go ahead and finish your sentence. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Joe Young. I'm a member of the Senior Nutrition Project Council, and I'm also here as a part of Sacred Heart Community Services. Why do I mention the Nutrition Project Council? Because there's a direct correlation between seniors eating their lunch and transportation. But I'll cut right to where we need to be right now. The ballot language in the board resolution authorizing the ballot measure referred in attachment D. First bullet, expand mobility services and affordable fare programs for seniors, disabled students, and low-income riders. It says the program would provide funds to develop and expand senior and disabled transportation, mobility programs, and services. Actually, none of that occurs. I want to see that changed. I want to see seniors and those seriously impacted by this budget get their fair share. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Reed. I'm also here from Sacred Heart Community Service and the United Seniors Action Committee. I want to echo what Mr. Young said, and I want to just add a couple of points. We were actively involved in this process from the beginning. We went out of our ways. We spoke to seniors about the opportunities and the benefits that were going to come from Measure B to their communities. Unfortunately, we're not seeing those benefits. This is at a time when the proposed fare increases for seniors is the highest. This is a time when 84%, according to your figures, of senior bus riders are low income. And we're letting down a community that has been in support of this Measure B, and we're letting down the community that is the most vulnerable. And the reason they were prioritized from the beginning is that there's a real need. I appreciate the fact that we'll have an opportunity to come back to this in August, but you need to realize the problem that we're facing.
Thank you.
My name's Tom Tanner. I submitted a blue card.
Oh, okay.
I'm a resident of Morgan Hill, so Larry Carr, neighbor. I work at Cisco. I'm a Cisco employee, and I'm speaking as a Cisco employee. I'm not representing Cisco. I'm here specifically about the increase in restructuring on the Echo Pass. I'm afraid that it will drastically affect the ridership and the participation by Cisco. I ride it every day. I use the 121 Express from Morgan Hill in and connect to light rail at Tasman and Old Ironsides. It's a wonderful service. VTA does a wonderful job. They listen to us quite a bit. But I think if you double what appears to be the fee structure, you're going to find participation is going to change drastically. And I'm not sure it's been socialized very well at Cisco from what I've heard. I'd also like to point out that your economics probably don't reflect what Cisco just reported.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Adina Levin, Friends of Caltrain, and want to make some comments about the interaction between VTA's budget challenges and how, because of Caltrain's structural problems, any challenge with one budget turns into a tripled problem, and the way that this is working this year could create extra risk for VTA's budget. And the reason why we're bringing this up is not to point fingers and place blame. This structural problem has been triggered by Samtrans in 2011, by San Francisco in 2012. and would really urge VTA to work with all the other partners on creative solutions in the short term and also in the medium term to solve the structural problems. We do have some creative potential solutions for part of it, which we'll be sending to you in writing and working with Caltrain to potentially both increase fares and increase equitable access to the service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Neil McClintock. I'm a student from De Anza College. So first I want to start off by clarifying some questions that the staff had. So De Anza students are currently charged $9 a year, but we actually get charged $15. There's an additional $6 fee. That's imposed by the school, but it's necessary because it pays for marketing and it pays for the administration that's actually necessary to facilitate the program. So if that answers your question. As well, we'd also be charged for the $3 Clipper card. So we're looking at not just $40, we're looking at $6 additional plus $3 additional. So it's actually $50. That's how it's going to look for students. Now the question that I have for VTA is, why does the EcoPass program have to break even? You're talking about subsidizing students, the future generation. I would argue that's a pretty good investment that doesn't have to break even. As well, I would also say that you glossed over the fact that it's unaffordable for students. There's a little bullet point on the slide, but I just want to emphasize that indeed that is the case, that community college students are broke. Why do you think our ridership is so disproportionately high for De Anza College? Because we commute from East Side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elias Kamal. I'm a student and serve on the Foothill De Anza Board of Trustees. I wanted to apologize on behalf of our administration and academic senate who could not be here tonight, but they have sent a letter which was received by each and every one of you. I can understand as it was in the back. I do want to say I'm empathetic towards the fiscal concerns of the VTA, but let me tell you where we're coming from. As it is, at least 15,000 De Anza students come from a very low-income household, many of whom make less than $25,000 a year. Our issue is that the Collegiate Pass proposal sets every college in the district at an equal rate of $40, despite our vast differences in socioeconomic status and services. Even the corporate pass is separated according to level of services provided, yet the Collegiate Pass is not. I've heard a lot of talk about the future of VTA, but I hope you understand we are the future of this valley worth investing. We are the ones who will attend your schools and your workplace in a few years. So rather than making cuts towards this already suffering population, we ask that the VTA board strike the EcoPass fare increase line item 7.2 until it is adequately reviewed with student involvement in the process. Thank you.
Hello, I'm April Nicholson, and I'd like you to reconsider the proposed price increase on the EcoPass. I'm a full-time student who commutes to De Anza, which is an hour from my home in San Jose. On top of taking a full load of classes and being involved in 2 clubs, I also have a job to help my family stay afloat. I am one of thousands who rely on the EcoPass and fear the proposed prices for my family's well-being. This past month, I've been working day and night fighting for affordable transportation for fellow students, who I know many of which are in worse financial situations than mine. I've talked to literally hundreds of students about this increase, and many have voiced their concern over the potential hit to their financial well-being. Although the increase will go up gradually, each increase can potentially take away the EcoPass, which is the only way to get to school for many students I ride with daily. The price will eventually increase over 400% than what we currently pay, which will hurt low-income students in the future. Students at De Anza are willing to work with the VTA to come up with more equitable solutions to the deficit, so please consider us when making your vote. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Riley Van Skedison. I'm a student at De Anza College. In response to the proposed raise to the VTA Pass, I would like to reference Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The article states as such: everyone has the right to education. Education shall be free at least the elementary level. Higher education shall not only be made available, but equally accessible to all. Education is a powerful tool by which economically and socially marginalized adults and children can lift themselves out of poverty and participate fully as citizens. By raising the rate of our EcoPasses, many of our students' education could be at risk. Though the debt may be great, the answer is not pushing the bill onto the students who rely on it the most. As public servants, I'm sure you understand the role that education plays in our forward progression. And it's imperative that we not only make education more accessible, but ensure that we stop adding extra hoops that these students who suffer need to jump through. Thank you.
Greetings, VTA Board of Directors. My name is Antonio Castillo. I'm a first-generation low-income Latino student from De Anza. I commute from the Alum Rock Transit Light bus station every single day. Although this is my last quarter at De Anza, these annual increased costs discourages prospective students from my same community from enrolling at De Anza and receiving the already affordable tuition. Eastside San Jose is predominantly 44.5% Hispanic compared to Cupertino's 5.1%. And so we say segregation does not exist in 2017. Then why do so much of our marginalized youth demographics travel significant distances just to enroll in one of the top-ranked community colleges of this nation? We ask that the VTA board strike of the EcoPass fare increase, line item 7.2, until it is adequately reviewed with student involvement in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Good evening, VTA Board. My name is Nicholas Dante. I'm a San Jose State student, and I'm here to express my concern over the express buses being cut from the EcoPass contract and the tiered system being adopted. Myself, I don't believe this is a sustainable policy. From an environmental perspective, when compounded with the new fares for BART, which won't be covered under the EcoPass, the reduced service to express buses will result in decreased ridership and increase in single occupancy vehicles to our campus. And I think this goes against VTA's mission of providing sustainable transit options in the Valley. It's going to increase CO2 emissions and the levels of particulate matter in the Valley. From an equity perspective, San Jose State and other educational institutions cannot afford these additional components. I don't think it's right for educational institutions to have to pay to transport their students who are going to end up making this Valley a more successful place to live and work. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Perry. I'm here tonight representing myself. I've been involved with some De Anza students recently in relation to housing issues, and they asked me to support them in opposing the changes in the EcoPass, which they use to commute to school. Everyone knows that the most serious issue in the world today, as former President Obama stated, is the widening gap between wealth and poverty. And I believe this is equally and even especially true here in Silicon Valley. It's understandable, if not right, why we have corporations in Silicon Valley accumulating hundreds of billions of dollars without regard to the plight of the poor, but public bodies like the VTA have an obligation to adopt policies that reduce that gap between wealth and poverty, not widen it. The current budget proposal does not meet that standard, and it needs to be changed. In terms of the EcoPass, we're sending the wrong message to change the name from EcoPass, as Mayor Liccardo mentioned. We have an administration which is going in the wrong direction. We don't want to do that ourselves. Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Whiteman. I'm a BT representative. I think the EcoPass is too much. I think it's way over $40. I think it should be $29. And are you guys gonna raise the fare on Clipper, because I'm a Clipper card holder, and so how much are you guys gonna if you guys raise the fare on Clipper, how much are you guys gonna raise that to? All right, bye.
Hi, my name is David, and I'm a student at De Anza College. I'm here to talk about one of my friend's stories from the college. My name is Yvette Valles, and I am a single parent from a low socioeconomic standpoint living in East San Jose. Most of De Anza's students come from San Jose, and the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in that area is at least $2,200. Given the high cost of living in Silicon Valley, I would not be able to afford an EcoPass that is triple the current cost. This puts yet another barrier to accessing my education and being able to support my son. I rely on the VTA for transportation to and from De Anza, for my healthcare services and other daily needs. I hope you can work with us to create a more affordable pass, as this affects most of the vulnerable population in our community. We ask that the VTA board strike the EcoPass fare increase, which is line item 7.2, until it is adequately reviewed with student involvement in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Hi, so I will be going a bit AWOL with this testimony that I had prepared, but I think that when there's a service that's provided, it should be paid for. And I think that an increase in the Eco Pass may be necessary. But I do agree with my colleagues on one point, and that I think that more discourse should be had with the people that are going to be affected. So students and denizens of De Anza College should be more informed and more involved in this. So I move that, or not move, but strike the 7.2, what everyone else has been saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Smithy Gonzalez. I am a second-year student at De Anza College. Ever since the 2009 recession, my family has been hit hard, and my father has struggled to find work. We are on the borderline poverty level. With the raise in price of the Eco Pass and its replacement as a Smart Pass, we'll have to cut some foods out of our regiment if we continue to pay for it. Either that or my little sister and I will have to walk 2 hours to school every day in the cold. The price of school and textbooks is already where the majority of our funds go towards, so we can't afford to pay more for the bus than we already do. Please, I beg, have some mercy upon the lower class and work with us to create a more viable option. Thank you. I hope you'll take a look at our proposal and remember that we are not numbers, we are students.
You guys are doing a great job. You're very efficient. I appreciate it. Let's keep going. Go for it. You can pull it down.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Tasha Nicole Gonzalez, and that was my older brother. Ever since I was 10 years old, I've been using VTA as transportation, and I just strongly believe with everything my older brother just said, so ditto. Have an amazing night.
And how often do little sisters agree with their brothers?
Hello, my name is Zachary, and I'm a student at De Anza College. And first, I just wanted to thank the VTA board for coming here and listening to us today, especially Mr. Chappie Jones, who's my district representative. You know, he's not here right now, but and look forward to meeting you in a month at our neighborhood picnic. So, and I just want to say that I never really worked hard in school. I've always gotten bad grades. And so I really rely on the VTA to put my life back in order and put me back on my feet. So therefore, my first-generation Asian American parents weren't about to buy me a car. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to take the bus at an affordable rate. An increase in the EcoPass fare may jeopardize my access to affordable education and ability to uphold Confucian values of filial piety and respect. So I used to ask myself why I couldn't be like the other kids and drive to school. But then the experience of taking the VTA has really helped me overcome my fears of social stigma and possible racism on public transportation. And my parents used to tell me that in Taiwan, people take the bus all the time. So why can't VTA be like the rest of the world and be affordable public transportation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Alexandra Nyefchas. I am a commuter to De Anza College, and I am here today to ask the VTA Board of Directors to oppose the fee increase for De Anza College EcoPass. I both take the VTA and drive to school, but when I drive to school in traffic, I always see an endless line of cars along the road. Whenever I see this, I am reminded of climate change, our increasing population, and the desperate need for sustainable changes within our community and our planet. I often hear students at my school complain about not having enough money to buy quality food, books, and struggling to pay for housing. The EcoPass takes a great weight off students' shoulders in terms of transportation fees. It is one of the few things on campus that shows students that sustainable change is possible and something to continue fighting for. We tend to forget that sustainability is the main concern and instead focus more on cost and revenues. I would also like to say that with such a large proportion of our school being low-income students, I believe that it is highly unlikely that the student body will approve a 40% or $40 annual EcoPass fee increase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gurkiran Dhaliwal, and I'm a student at De Anza. De Anza College has opened up many opportunities for me, as well as many other students. It allows people to further their education and maybe even move up in life. Now, the EcoPass is an integral part of our school, as it gives direct access for students to campus. As many of our students are low income, they require access to public transportation. Just as De Anza provides a public benefit, so does the VTA. Therefore, the VTA should focus on helping communities that need them the most. Therefore, I urge you to delay the vote on this increase in order to make a better compromise that continues to put students first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Austin Chang, and I'm a student at De Anza College. I'm your average student trying to balance social life, sleep, and school, and I bike to school every day. However, VTA transportation is my backup for when California needs its rain. And I worry for the low-income families that have a hard way to transport without a reliable thing. As it currently stands, the increase in EcoPass costs will not only make the tuition more expensive, but also may lead to its removal without De Anza student approval. Imagine how hard it will be for low-income students to be cut off from transportation and access from education. There has to be a better solution than just a linear increase that applies to all students. I urge you to delay the increase so we can negotiate a superior compromise that will still benefit the VTA and De Anza students, along with promoting public transportation for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ankur Banerjee. So we all know that it's been said that education is the cornerstone for a vital society, and the truth is there is a lot of income inequality in America right now, and De Anza College provides a very key method to reduce that inequality, and it's more long-term. So if we sacrifice the education the students right now, then in the long run we all suffer. Like as has been said, that it is training for the future generation. So we also want to say that I think that the businesses and the corporations would be able to afford more of the price increase. And so I sincerely urge the council to delay the vote and come up with a better solution. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Alzani, and actually this year enrollment at De Anza College, my school, declined, and that because our enrollment is based on because our budget is based on enrollment, that means that our budget has also been going down. So like VTA, we're preparing for some budget cuts, and I think one of the key things is that transportation is a really big part of our enrollment. If students can't get to our school, then they won't be buying Clipper Card, and they won't have access to our school. So I'm also So I myself ride VTA, the bus line, and I take it from Saratoga to Cupertino to Foothill College, and then I work at San Jose, so I'll take it to San Jose. And I never would have honestly stepped foot on a bus in my life if it weren't for having the free Clipper Card at De Anza. And so we ask that the VTA board strike the EcoPass fare until it's adequately reviewed by students. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirtana and I'm a student leader at De Anza College. The past few weeks, our concerned students have been attending the VTA community meetings, reaching out to officials to understand why this cost is being incurred upon us with such short notice and without any prior warning. Many of us here today volunteered our own time to address this matter by raising awareness and drafting alternative proposals, despite being full-time students and full-time employees with heavy workloads. I understand that the current EcoPass is subsidized, and if it's increased to $40 per student, it's still cheaper than the regular pass. But a quadruple increase for our students who are mostly from low-income households is not equitable. As an intern under Transform, I've been working with VTA and advocating for an affordable transportation system in the South Bay for years. We worked on numerous projects like the BRT, sales tax measure, VTA line from Foothill to De Anza, and a transit center on our campus. I have not seen any success regarding any of our initiatives because it's said to be too costly or having low ridership. It frustrates me that we're being taxed and our fares are increasing, but our money isn't being used to benefit us. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the 2,180 students who have actively shown their opposition by signing this petition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Villagracia, and I'm a De Anza student who resides in San Jose. I'd like to point out that an overwhelming majority of De Anza students, like myself, commute from surrounding cities to get to our campus. In fact, 51% of our students are from the city of San Jose alone, and only 4% of De Anza students actually live in the city of Cupertino. Students commute because the cost of living in Cupertino is generally higher than other surrounding cities. To put this in perspective, the average median income for Cupertino residents is $134,000, while the average median income for San Jose residents is $77,000. Low-income students who can't afford a car need public transportation to travel to get their education. Of the 21,255 students at De Anza, 11,888 are BOG fee waiver recipients, I myself being one of them. That's 56% of our students that the state believes needs financial aid. This number even excludes the number of students who are low income that don't qualify for any financial aid because of various circumstances. As such, I urge that the VTA board strike the EcoPass fare increase line item 7.2 until further review with community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Lee. I'm the De Anza Student Government Chair of Finance, and I commute 2 hours a day from Milpitas. According to the Chancellor's Office, many De Anza College students come from low-income backgrounds. Out of 21,746 students in 2016, 11,144 students are from San Jose, where the household median income is $77,000. Last month, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development redefined low-income limits. $84,750 is low income, $59,700 is very low, and $35,800 is extremely low. Hello world, welcome to Santa Clara County. Surrounded by corporate giants in the heart of the affluent Silicon Valley, the income disparity cannot be more apparent. Our part-time students are financially burdened. People are part-time students because they have to work full-time, provide for themselves on top of paying for school, because of course they're low income. This is especially true of non-traditional students, which are student parents, returning students, or students with unforeseen circumstances. For the 2016 spring quarter headcount of 20,000 students, De Anza only has 5,000 full-time equivalent students. We need to account for the other 70% in the student population that diligently working part-time. So I ask that the VTA board strike the EcoPass fare increase line item 7.2 until it adequately reviewed with student involvement in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chi Chan. I'm spending my last quarter at De Anza College before I was transferring out. I'm a former chair of Environmental Sustainability Committee in Student Senate. So the De Anza College only informed of this increase to an email from San Jose State's Transportation Solution on the very last week of April. So thank you, San Jose State. The VTA staff only had 5 community meetings in total during the first week of May by the time we know about this. So what is the point of having those meetings when all the numbers are already finalized, according to one of the VTA staff said. So we students who go to school full-time, work part-time, spend hours on the bus just for commute, and still work tirelessly to create a proposal that will be fair for everyone. In addition to the equity and sustainability issue mentioned above, the fare increase also face decreased. The school also face decreased student enrollments. This will result in less revenue from the VTA, less students attending college, a poor society, and so on. You name it. We the students are the future workforce. So I just want to ask you to strike the EcoPass fare increase, like item 7.2, for further review.
Thank you.
Before I take my minute, I would just like to ask...
No, this is your minute, sir.
Sorry.
You have 1 minute.
I would like to please ask all the De Anza students here and community members who are supporting us to please stand. Thank you. So my name is Eddie Cisneros. I'm a student activist at De Anza College. In the past few weeks, student volunteers at De Anza have gathered over 2,000 signatures to oppose this EcoPass increase. But the student activism is not where this ends. We have had multiple elected officials to show support, and some of whom have already sent you guys letters in, that you guys probably already have. These individuals include Congressman Ro Khanna, Assemblyman Evan Lowe, and Assemblyman Osh Collar, who used to serve on this board. We have also gathered support from Amalgamated Transit Union, as well as De Anza College's administration. Both De Anza and Foothill student body associations have voted to endorse our efforts. As you can see, this is not just an issue that concerns us students, but also us as a community. I believe that we can be the shining example for the rest of our nation to follow. California, and especially Silicon Valley, needs to show the world that we put students and communities' interests first, and that's why we asked the VTA board member to strike this EcoPass fare increase from line item 7.2.
Thank you.
Good evening.
My name is Jack Spitka. I'm an SJSU student, and last year I served the Associate Students Board of Directors. I'm speaking against the current proposed fee restructure. So you might know SJSU students, full-time students, pay about $600 more in fees than the average CSUs, and we're actually looking at more fee increases beyond these beyond the VTA EcoPass increase. We need more counselors. We need to retain student employees. We need to address food insecurity. And this fee structure cannot be absorbed by San Jose State, and it's definitely not a 5% increase. It's much more than that. So we really do need to spend money on mental health and food resources. We can't worry about VTA's bottom line. We've already been forgotten by the federal government. The state government wants us to pay more in tuition. Now you need to prove to us that local government is still responsive to the people. So don't pass this fee increase until students are actually at the table. Thank you.
My name is Sybil Leonard. I'm a mature woman in my 60s, back in school after being out of school over 45 years. I have the use of one eye limiting my vision. I'm impacted by being a senior, disabled, and a student. I received an email from the Associated Student Union indicating that VTA wanted $300,000. They said they don't have it in their budget. Can you help with a compromise on this to help all students? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cody Mowbray. I am former president of San Jose City College and currently a student. I know that for years we have not had access to VTA or any form of EcoPass on campus, and we have advocated for so long to have it. And as of last spring, we do have it, so our students now have access, which is fantastic. With this increase, though, it may deter a lot of students from enrolling and also opting out of that service altogether. I know that our students, large demographic, are international, and they already pay higher than average tuition fees, being out-of-state students or out-of-the-country students, who also don't have a way to get around, who are really dependent on the VTA and the bus pass program. Not to solo out the foreign students, but to also have our domestic students as well, is incredibly important that we consider all of them and their access and accessibility to not just to San Jose City, but to any of our stellar learning facilities in the Bay Area, because we are a cut above the rest, and we should remain in that forefront of thinking and continue to improve student lives and our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Satnam Gill. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As you heard, so many students, they spoke about this fare increase. I'm going to give you a couple of things. I wonder if the staff looked at SB1, which was just approved by the state. How will that impact this fiscal year and the next to come? Because we will be paying 12 cents more per gallon. And the other thing I want to just mention is VTA board was created in 1972 to serve the public, not for profit, to serve the public. So I hope you guys are elected and you will do the right thing. I understand it's very hard. There is no bumper sticker. There is no magic pill. There is no app which will fix this issue. All students who spoke in front of me. The last thing I want to mention, last year this very board was promoting union job. And now I see first mile and last mile will be sublet to non-union. Please reconsider that. Thank you.
I know you thought you got rid of me, but you didn't. I am a retired VTA bus operator. I am the former president of ATU Local 265. I have been a public servant for 30 years as a bus operator and a labor activist. I am ashamed to be associated with such a group of people that do not take what we are. We are public servants. We serve them. Every single one of them. Shame on you. I am up here because I am worried for driverless vehicles. We are supposed to go there with the VA. Do we hire veterans? Of course we do. In fact, many are in my ranks. I want us to support the community. We have been nationally recognized for the Joint Workforce Investment Bus Operator Apprenticeship Program, which teaches people how important it is to go out and be public servants and be those people that make us proud. We are local, state, and nationally at APTA recognized. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Asen NTI. I'm here representing Working Partnerships, and we're a member organization of the Transit Justice Alliance. I want to thank VTA staff for being responsive and providing data and information which informed the proposal that I think all board members received today. I'm here to ask the board to consider lowering the increases for fare products most used by low-income riders who rely on the system the most, specifically looking at the single ride, day, and monthly passes for the adult fares and the senior and disabled fares. We understand that VTA has not raised fares since 2009 and is facing deficits for the next few years, but part of solving the revenue issue is also solving the ridership and accessibility issue. We see this as both a ridership problem, but also as an economic development issue. Increasing the cost of rides, lowering ridership will lead to fewer trips to stores, events, and other economic activity, which will lead to lower sales tax revenue.
Thank you.
If you have any question about it, feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Our last speaker.
Thank you for delaying the PAC report until this item. The whole fare structure was quite a contentious item at the last PAC meeting. In general, this fare structure was really put in place to support the next network. The free transfers are a critical element to that. We really, as we sat on the PAC, we really wanted the focus to be on improving ridership and accessibility to transit, both with the structure and with the next network. And to that end, we came up with 3 recommendations which had unanimous support of the PAC. None of them are related to fares. The first one was transfers. Since we're going to do free transfers, we really implore the board to change the staff recommendation from 90 minutes, keep it at its current 2-hour for transfer window. According to the staff report, it should cause no impact, but it keeps it uniform. The second item, we're very concerned about the corporate buses losing the express buses. We believe that a lot of corporate carriers would use the expresses, and we think that you should eliminate the non-express option. And then the third recommendation related to schools is that we should actively and aggressively promote the EcoPass system in schools to improve ridership.
Thank you. Okay, that ended our public comments, and so what we're going to do now is take item 7.2, which is a fare policy first. I think Mr. Hendricks, would you like to speak on this item first?
Yeah, I would. As the chairman of the Administration and Finance Committee, I just wanted to go ahead and offer some overall comments as it relates to how we've discussed the budget. First thing I want to do, I want to go ahead and I want to thank all the speakers who came down and spoke with what goes on. I think all of us are here. We want to hear public input of what goes on. One of the comments I want to go ahead and say is I do need to look at the budget. One of the speakers said they don't have to look at the bottom line. That's one of the jobs and responsibilities that we do have up here. To my colleagues here on the board, I just want to go ahead and remind us, these are some of the comments I made at the ANF meeting, that as we take a look at the budget, this is really taking a look, I go budget equals service. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here. And in the coming years, we have a lot of service changes that are coming. We've got the next gen network. We've got BART coming. There's these fare changes. And with the fare changes, I want to remind people there's essentially no change in our fare box recovery percentage of what we have. We're currently at about 11%. With all the fare changes and increases that we'll have, we're still going to essentially be at 11%. There are no changes in the paratransit fees or structure of what's going to go ahead and go on. We're adding the transfer. Should we vote on this, we're going to be adding transfers into this. From last year to this year and going forward, we're increasing total service hours of what goes on. And it goes ahead and this budget recognizes structural budget issues and tries to go ahead and make changes in how we look at things going ahead and go forward. I want to go ahead and remind everybody that the service is still heavily subsidized from sales tax. As I mentioned a minute ago, that we're at 11% fare box recovery. I believe the goal or stated policy of the VTA board is 20 to 25% fare box recovery. So we're not anywhere near what that ultimate goal of the board is. I believe the staff has done a good job in creating a budget that deals with the parameters we've given them, which are not a simple set of challenges to go ahead and meet. And the simple fundamental issue we're dealing with is we have more needs, and I said needs, not wishes, needs, than we do resources. And we're trying to make the best compromises for what is the total overall service that we have. I want to go ahead and remind my colleagues that if we adopt this budget, straight as it is, or even with any changes, it is going to require discipline on our part, on the board's part, to go ahead and then stick to that board or to that budget of what we have. And I'll just use the example of last year or earlier this year when we raised and increased the amount of money that goes to security. That was a good, right, smart thing to do, but then we got to the end of the budget year and we said, how come we're over budget? I mean, that's because of the decision that we went ahead and made. So we need to take responsibility for the discipline that we have with whatever the final numbers are that comes out of this budget. And I would also like to just remind that there's a checkpoint that's coming here at the end of the year for how we're going to ultimately go ahead and deal with what is a structural deficit. Somebody mentioned here earlier, the speakers said here, we're a not-profit organization. We're not making a profit. We're actually running. We're going to have to go ahead and use some form of reserves to go ahead and make and provide all the services that are out here. So I know we didn't go through all the detailed numbers of the budget. We've done that in our budget workshops and other meetings we've had. But I just wanted to go through and, again, reframe a little bit about what this budget means. A lot of changes that are going on in our service. There's still a lot of service that's being represented out to our community and what we're dealing with there. So that's why I just wanted to go ahead and frame a little bit up of where we are with this budget. So thank you.
Okay. So I would be willing to entertain a motion on the fare policy if someone is prepared to do so, or listen to comment. So, Member Rennie.
I'd like to make some more comments before making a motion, just to see where other people are and let people know where I am. And I do have one more question for staff. I think one thing that I'm really struggling with is when we set the fare policy for the De Anza College size colleges, we said not as many were going to write it, so we'll make it cheaper. And then we had success. And we said, uh-oh, we had success, so we should charge them more. That sort of doesn't make sense to me, because we want people to ride the bus. We're losing ridership. It seems like youth is a good place to build habits, so success is a good thing. So what I was trying to understand in my mind was, when we had this success, did it cost us more? Did we have to add more buses? Let's use De Anza as the example, since we keep picking on them. Did we have to add, because the buses got too full, did we have to add more buses? Did it add more cost when we had success?
That is absolutely correct. When De Anza first came on as an EcoPass customer, we found that the service that we were providing was not adequate, and we had to substantially increase service, and we've maintained that increased service level because of the high usage level since then.
Okay, thank you. So just if I could finish my comments, I'm also struggling with the idea that we need to make it equal to the San Jose size schools for cost. When I first looked at this, I said, well, $9 to ride the bus all year, that's a great deal. But I can see from all the passion that an increase from that is actually really important to these people. And I think that's struck me that, even $9, to $14, I guess it's $9 to $40 that they're really struggling with. For me, that's not, $40 would still be a great deal to ride the bus, but I really, feel the passion from them that this is important. And I get the, the philosophy of trying to reduce the number of fare structures and get them the same, but you're talking about 7 years before they match up to the other one. So to me, that's so long that, it's not really getting the fare structures together in this lifetime, shall I say, exaggerating. So I don't feel the need to bring it to $40. I do like the proposal, okay, let's do this one-time increase to 20 and hold it steady kind of thing. And I think that was all my comments. Oh, wait, if I could just add one more. Another thing, so I was thinking if we take a little bit away, another place to add back in dollars in the budget is on the youth single ride cash, we dropped it from $1.75 to $1, so we would match seniors, and then we went up in the next year to $1.25. If we really felt like we we're going to take something out of the budget, that would be a place to put it back in, is to make the single ride cash fare, drop it from $1.75 to $1.25 instead, and then you can keep it $1.25 so that it then matches in 2019 the senior rate. Thanks.
Okay, I'm actually going to jump in here for a moment. So let me start by thanking everybody who came out tonight, and thank you guys for being efficient, getting your points across. It is really appreciated. I want to frame this a little bit in terms of this fair policy. There's a challenge that's before us, okay? We are not here as a profit agency, okay? We are here to provide service. But if we don't have the means to provide the service, okay, if we don't have the funds to provide the service, then our only option is to take away the service that all of you have spoken so passionately about. So when we went and embarked on this fair policy study, what I applaud staff on doing is this was not a fair increase study. I know they say it as a fair policy. I wouldn't even go as far as saying it's a fair policy. It was a comprehensive study that could look at the various knobs we have and looking at what we can do. And it started with looking at the product we provide and how we deliver those products. And each of these different vehicles, these ways of paying, the eco-pass, the this, that, or the other thing, this comprehensive study did look at hard data, because we do have data in our systems that we are collecting. So it was the very analytical, sometimes the engineering part of the brain looking at this. But it also was coupled with a lot of outreach. And I know I heard a lot from the De Anza students that said they didn't know about this, but we have been doing this outreach for months as part of our whole Next network. And yes, unfortunately, even with internet and everything else, it's hard to reach everybody, but it's been out there in the papers, in our blogs, and everywhere. But they looked at this in terms of the human side as well as the very analytical side. And so this decision that this board is going to be making tonight is going to be really, really tough, because do you want us to cut the service? I don't think so. You know, do you want us to raise the prices? No, you don't want us to raise the prices either. So trying to find that happy medium. Staff's thoughtfulness and thoroughness in doing this even went farther than just looking at the product and the service that we're providing. It also looked at the rollout, okay? And I hear you, and when you sit here and you say, gosh, 400% increase, they're not hitting 400% increase in day one. They've put together on all of these, including our corporate, and I've heard feedback from my colleagues on the corporate, but trying to make the change. This is not about necessarily only new revenue coming in. It's a thoughtful rollout as well, so we can deal with change, let people react to the change, and then continue to make forward progress, which is why it is a slow rollout across a lot of these categories. It's not an abrupt rollout. So I ask that my colleagues think about and put things back in the context, and I'm going to also ask if we can resist the temptation to re-engineer this and such. Again, the process, there's the data and such. If we want to look at considerations like maybe it's not a 7-year rollout, maybe it's a 10-year rollout or whatever, but let's try and avoid the temptation of saying reduce this, increase this, because we don't have, that analysis has been done, and I don't think any of us here have any new information that would invalidate the data before us. Okay, so please, let's look at how we want to move forward, where you want, if you want some changes, be thoughtful about where those changes are, but I'm hoping it's not a re-engineer from the dais. Okay, Mr. Yeager.
Yes, listen to every word you said, and I'm going to make some very thoughtful changes.
Good, good.
No, just actually just a couple changes. I think The proposal for the adult fares are solid. I like the proposal for the youth fare. The fact that we're going down to $1, I think is great. But then going back up to $1.25, so in both columns.
Could staff put the slide up?
Yeah, this is all on the fare comparison table.
That way we have a frame of reference here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I'm really just following this. Again, I'm only making the most minor and thoughtful of changes. So anyway, so the adult fare is exactly the same. The youth fare is exactly the same. But again, I just really wanted to thank staff for listening to people and understanding that we needed to lower the single ride in those categories. So that was good. On the senior disabled, and this really is the only sort of change, is to not move into the proposed fare for 2019, but to keep the fare for 2018, what is being recommended, and make that same for the second year. So we freeze that. And for people who maybe can't quite see that, again, we're keeping the single ride for seniors pretty well exactly what it is, and not having it go up to $1.25. And then for what is perhaps of more interest to people, my proposal for the collegiate pass for De Anza, and I think it's a reasonable proposal to go with $20 up from the $9 and to lock that in for 4 years.
That's your motion.
And that would be my motion.
Second.
And you can applaud whenever you'd like.
As the seconder of the motion, I wanted to just ask if we could also include that 2-hour window for transfers if the staff thought that would have no significant impact. I don't know who mentioned that.
98% of our trips are done within 90 minutes. So if we extend it to 2 hours, I mean,
And it really is just so we don't have angry people who said, "Oh my goodness," there's yeah. What's that?
I think that's fine.
So okay, then I would like to add that. Thank you. 2 hours. Thank you.
Did everyone catch that, or do you want me to repeat that? Pretty clear? Okay. Okay, so the motion is to accept the fare changes for the adult and the youth as it's presented on this slide number 74, to modify the senior and disabled category such that we adopt the proposed 2018 fare, but we hold that as also the proposed fare for 2019. Then in terms of the collegiate pass for the community colleges, to move in January 1 of 2018 to $20 and hold that for 4 years. So the jump would be from $9 to $20 in year 1, holding for 4 years. And then the final item is to modify the transfer time from 90 minutes and expand that up to 2 hours. Is that correct? So that is the motion on the table. Do we? And so, yeah, so it would be, so the motion, those are the changes to what is as recommended with those changes. Okay. Is there any discussion?
I have a clarifying question to ask. So I wanted to ask, does the maker of the motion have any estimate of the amount of money that this is going to reduce from a revenue perspective in the budget? And is the maker of the motion recommending an equivalent number of service hour reductions?
No, I know that if you look at the senior disabled proposal, talking pretty minor changes overall, my impression is that it is not a big revenue loss. I can certainly have staff comment on that, but I certainly think it's something that we can absorb.
So I'm going to take all the rest of our comments, and then I'm going to ask Raj to comment. You want to comment first?
If I may.
Okay.
Just as a matter of clarification, I know Board Member Yeager said, keep the senior ride cash fare at $1 in 2019. Is the motion also to keep all of the other categories,
Yes, sir.
senior disabled, the same as 18, or?
Yes,
So all of those will remain the
yes,
same
it'd be
as
the
of
same.
18?
Yeah, senior and disabled.
And while we're continuing to comment up here, I don't know if you can do a back of the envelope calculation in terms of what the delta is, but any other comments up here?
I mean, it's a back of the envelope comment, definitely. One of the reasons we decided, we could keep the 2018 senior disabled fare the same as 2017 is the impact was very minimal. It was de minimis. That's the reason we said, fine, we'll keep it at 18. So if you hold the fare the same for 19, overall for all of the senior disabled categories, I would just guesstimate that it's about $1 million per year. Ali, please feel free to correct me if I...
But I was looking for, and the EcoPass changes and what the whole delta difference was, not just the senior.
On the if I may comment on the EcoPass changes, the proposal, what the staff proposal right now is to increase from $9 to 14 and 19 and 23. It'll be 23 in year 4. So what is being proposed now is instead of gradually increasing it by 5 and reaching 23 by year 4, increase it at $20 in year 1 and keep it the same for 4 years. So those two proposals are materially the same. I mean, if I do the present value, we're getting 20 upfront for 4 years, as well as, I don't think the difference is material there.
Okay. Any other comments or clarifying questions?
Just a question. Yeager, I want to understand, is the proposal for the $20, does that apply to Mission College students as well? Or just to...
I thought that pass was available to all community college students?
It would be for all community colleges. There would be no differentiation between any of the other colleges.
Okay, because I was under the impression, I'm looking at page 6 of the staff memo, that there was a distinction between Mission College based on the number of students and Foothill, San Jose City, and Evergreen. At least they had different rates proposed in 18 and 19 for the collegiate pass?
The students are paying because of the Evergreen College students are in a different group. They're currently paying higher. So our proposal was that as we take them to $40, they would pay $5 more than what they are currently paying, which was more than what De Anza students were paying.
Right,
but,
that's 23, right?
Right, but our understanding of the motion is that all community colleges would be set at $20.
Okay.
If I'm understanding the motion correctly.
Yeah, so I'm looking at page 6 of the staff memo, just so everybody's tracking. So essentially, Ken, you're proposing that we merge those two brackets together, everybody pays the same. Okay. Okay. And if Raj, if you're fairly confident that's revenue neutral, I certainly can live with it. I'm a little concerned about sort of winging it from the dais.
I mean,
the current fare, this will be,
with respect to De Anza, yeah. I mean, overall, it'll be pretty much revenue neutral. I mean, even if there's a difference, it should be minimal. Okay. Because as I said, we are starting at $20 now. And keeping the same for 4 years as opposed to going from 9 to 14 to 19 and 23. So shouldn't make much of a difference.
So then with the $1 million shortfall we'd have in fiscal year 19, remember, do you have any ideas about how we fill that shortfall?
Well,
with regard to the senior.
Yeah, and maybe I didn't hear Raj correctly, that I thought that the two were sort of balancing each other out because we're making a little bit money, we're getting more money earlier with the community college, but
Okay, wait a minute. There's two things here. So there's a $1 million shortfall as a result of the senior and disabled.
Right.
And then the collegiate, when you look at De Anza only, so if those who haven't pulled it up in terms of in your board packet, so De Anza, the original proposal was going from 9 to 14 to 19. Right. Okay. But in parallel, Mission College was going from 18 to 23 to 28. So the motion is now that we're not going to go to 23 and we're not going to go to 28. We're holding at 20. So we're going down actually on some, but again, the volume I think is a little bit different, so it's probably minimal. right?
That is correct, but the enrollment numbers are very different. So De Anza enrollment is significantly higher, and so that's the reason they kind of offset.
Yeah, so the neutral part is the community college. So now the question Mr. Licardo has is how are we going to make up the $1 million in the budget for the other?
I turn to staff to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the problem is this. We've spent a lot of time looking under a lot of couch cushions here for change. And I appreciate the desire to keep fares low, but we've got a real structural fiscal deficit here that I don't even think this budget is grappling with fully. And we'll discuss that, I guess, on the very next item. Because I think we're going to have to revisit this next year and probably make some significant cuts based on where we're at right now with fare projections and revenue projections. So I'm a little concerned about digging the hole deeper. I'm perfectly happy with the idea of saying next year, before we hike it in 2019, let's assess. I know we're making a lot of changes this year, and we don't fully understand what the impacts of those changes might be as we go to the next network and all those changes. I'd feel much more comfortable making that decision when we're in a position next year where we have the revenues. So I'd be willing to support the changes with regard to the community colleges. It appears that those are roughly revenue neutral. I'd rather hold off on the seniors until we really understand where that $1 million comes from.
So you're saying just keep it for 2018 and make the decision about the senior fare
next year.
Next year?
Yeah.
So, wait, just so I understand, what you're suggesting then is we just don't take action on the second year?
Yes. Right. That'd be fine. I mean, we clearly have a staff proposal, which will, I assume, remain unless things get either significantly worse or better.
But the thought is you would keep the increase, well, you would, for 2019, that would stay the same. The only one that we would revisit would be the second year for senior disabled?
So I guess what I was understanding is we would ask you to amend your motion, if I understand this, to keep the senior disabled as proposed with the direction to bring back to the board with data and where we are so that we have an opportunity before we turn on the January 2019, we have an opportunity to revisit it at that point.
And maybe if I could just add, to jump ahead an item, we've got a draft motion that would have us coming back next year, 6 months after the implementation next network, so we can really understand better where we're at in terms of revenues. And I think that would be a good time for us when we're looking at the service levels and revenues next year to reassess whether we want to change direction on the fares at that time. We'll have the time to do it.
No, I'm fine with that and don't see any problem. I'm glad that we're going with the proposal, and as the motion now will read, we will revisit that next year. But I know at this point I'm not ready to increase for the senior ride, and so happy with what the proposal is, and we'll see what next year brings.
Okay,
and
so
I need to I'm going to withdraw my second because I can't support that. But if someone else wants to second that change, that would probably. Can we do that?
Well,
I don't know. I'm not Queen of Robert's rules, right?
I'm happy
right,
to.
But I can't support it.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to second if there's a willingness to amend.
No, yes, I'm
and then the only thing I would ask from an information perspective is the actual amount, because the amount we're talking about is a 50% increase on light rail excursions, a 75%, I'm sorry, 50 cents for light rail excursions, 75 cents for day pass, and $5 more for monthly pass. And so I really do want the staff to verify the amount of money that we think that is in it, and to have that for our next meeting.
I'll be happy to come back to you with that.
So let's repeat that motion. So the motion, you want to repeat it, Mr. Yeager?
Sure. I guess people see the fare table up there. Adult is the same. Youth is the same, and then for senior disabled, the proposal for January 1, 2018 No recommendation at all for January 1, 2019, because we will revisit that at a later date. And then for the community colleges, $20 set in for the next 4 years.
And then the 2-hour transfer window.
And the 2-hour transfer window.
Okay. Any questions on this? I say so. Mr. Liccardi, you want to go first, and then you want. Then I'm just going to go down the row. So if you want to speak, just.
This doesn't require any change to the motion. I've received correspondence from Cisco. I understand is their biggest customer on the EcoPass, and I appreciate the VTA has done exactly what it needs to do in terms of communicating to them by email. That was acknowledged. Apparently, there was some miscommunication within the organization, and nobody else knew that their EcoPass cost was about to double. And all I would ask, is it possible for staff to reach out to Cisco, have some conversation? I think they would like to at least assess if there are some options where they can ensure that the revenue needs could still be met without burdening their employees by doubling the rate.
Certainly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, going down the row.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it would be all right, I would like to ask staff a question. I continue to have concerns about the EcoPass changes, particularly the elimination of express bus services. We talked about that at Admin and Finance, so maybe we could just touch on that really briefly. It seems like the PAC had concerns as well, and the PAC chair just told us they unanimously voted to keep express bus service in the EcoPass program. So if I might, perhaps Ali or Raj could address, as you did for me in the Admin and Finance Committee meeting, what those changes are and how we think they're being addressed with perhaps the Clipper program.
Okay. So the current EcoPass program is eligible, allows an individual to ride for free on both VTA's regular service and on VTA's express service. The base Smart Pass, all the three categories, the collegiate, the not-for-profit, and the corporate pass, would allow for free rides on VTA's regular service. If a entity, a customer, whether it's an employer, a not-for-profit organization, or a school, wanted to have the ability to have their employees or their students also use the express service, then we have an optional price structure for that, so they could then pay that optional price for all of their employees or all of their students, and that would allow them or give them the ability to ride for free on VTA's express service, the Dumbarton Express, the Highway 17 Express. So, that is all of that. So that's how that would be. In terms of the price structure for that, for the colleges, that option price is $9 per student per year. For the not-for-profit pass, it's $21.60 per employee per year, and for the corporations, it's also $21.60 per employee per year. And that it increases. There is no increase for students in 2019. But for the not-for-profit, it would go to $24.75 and $27. And the reasoning, the logic for that is the fact that the express bus service is a premium service.
It is.
Our base fare is twice the regular fare because you have a different coach. It's a different vehicle. It's a premium service. And so those were sort of the logical reasons why we separate that and put that in place. I would also point out that VTA is planning to do a study of its express bus service fairly soon. And so, what we'll find from that could also inform any future decision-making on the express fares.
So I think that last point was very important for me. And as we talked about in Finance, Administration and Finance Committee, that as a result of that, we're going to be looking at would this change actually affect participation in the entire program. I think this change really does affect people who ride VTA services for farther distances. and not perhaps in close. And so if you're riding from Gilroy to Mountain View, the express service is very important to you, and that's the only service you're going to use. By doubling the price, I think it will affect ridership. And I understand it's a premium. I understand it should have a premium cost to it. But I hope that as we analyze the results of these increases, we can take the opportunity to take a look at what it really did for ridership, and then maybe revisit that and think if we should change that back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so on my question about the express change is, so it's like kind of the add-on to the EcoPass. It's an all or nothing. It's not like if there's only 10% of Cisco's employees want to do an express, there's not a way that those 10% can pay for it. I mean, can we kind of make it a little more flexible on the add-ons?
That would become very difficult because you really don't know who's going to write today and who's not going to write. So the way that we have structured the pricing, the way all of the analytics have been done on this, is that it is an all or nothing option. But because the EcoPass and the new Smart Pass program are all on Clipper, individuals could just pay the difference. So when they use express service, either you have the corporation that opts in to the express option for all their employees, or the individual would pay the difference. They get a base fare credit, which is what their employer has already paid for, and they just pay the difference to use that premium service.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you on that. My other comment is I'm a little worried that we're pulling out, as much as I support the De Anza students and all that, but so I have the city of Santa Clara, we have a large number of De Anza users. We also have a very large number of Mission College users. So I'm a little worried that we're looking at a proposal that came in from a group of students, which is wonderful, from De Anza, and if we're going to make it, not that I don't want to re-engineer, but if we're going to make a change to De Anza, I'm just kind of thinking, should it be a little more holistically looked at instead of pulling out one piece of it when you've got a number of other colleges that are, I just worry that is not maybe the approach to take if we want to look at the collegiate program.
Remember, Neil, the motion was for all community colleges. It was for all community colleges.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were singling out.
No.
No, the motion did get expanded to be all the community colleges would be treated the same way.
Well, but per the proposal that was submitted?
No, per the motion that's on the floor.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I think it is wise, obviously, to look at the actual fiscal impact. Clearly, it's kind of tough to come up with a number here. I know you can shoot off the top, maybe close to $1 million, but I think it's wise with the amended motion, looking at that proposed fare change for the senior disabled price in 19 before at least we make a final decision. And I think as well, looking at where potentially there is other revenue options before we make that decision is also beneficial. I think the compromise in regards to the $20, which was suggested by some students, is a fair compromise. And as we've seen, because the ridership obviously within that category of the headcount, 42,320, is so much higher than the Mission College students, as was stated, potentially that difference is going to be minimal. I'd like to hear what that is as well in the future, but I at the back of my hand here calculating as well, I think would be fairly minimal if we stick with the $20 for 4 years. And I think that is certainly a decent compromise. And I appreciate Supervisor Yeager for mentioning that, especially amidst the initial comments of our chair in regards to trying to stick to the work the staff has done, which I do appreciate. But we are here to as well provide our input and comments and be able to make decisions and suggestions. And so I appreciate Supervisor Yeager for making that suggestion, because I do think it is a fair one, and especially in regards to with the student rate, does look like it's going to be very nominal. In regards to the express express pass option pricing, and I know it was just brought up. Question that I thought of was, why couldn't a company, say potentially a corporate company that's large enough, have two different categories that they fall into? Because I understand the way that it works out now, as you said, it's all or nothing. But if a company was willing to say, well, we only have less than 100, so well, I guess in this case it's now going to creep up to the 1 to 3,000. So let's say, I guess it would be a extremely large company where they could section off some of their community member or some of their employees to be able and get them into that pricing category and do the add-on of the express pass option, but not necessarily have to add it on for all their employees. Granted, you know, the different headcount now tiers are going from 1 to 2,999 and then 3,000 plus. So we only have those two tiers, but is that something that would be of an option?
If I may respond, a couple of things. You know, I think that this is something you asked as well as Board Member Chavez asked too. Precise numbers on the fiscal impact for keeping the senior disabled at the same fare as 17 and 18. Some of my folks were able to crunch the numbers, so it's about 700,000. I was slightly off. I said about $1 million. They said it's about 700,000. That's the impact. So I believe two board members had a question on that. On the other one now, I mean, EcoPass, whether it's Express or the regular EcoPass, is a highly discounted product. It's like an insurance product. The entire population buys a product, but only few use it. That's why it's so cheap. Mm-hmm. If you start, you know, kind of segmenting the population, you know, only 10 people use, you know, but as I said, it's a highly discounted product. If a small portion of the employees want to use Express Pass, as Mr. Huda suggested, they can still opt for the regular EcoPass, and there's a step-up fee. Either they can pay or their employer can subsidize the employees. That'll be a much easier, cleaner way of doing it rather than complicating the program and making it, it's already not very economical, and making it even more uneconomical.
I guess then I'm confused. You're saying that an individual employee could pay a step-up fee, or you're talking about on their individual ride when they go to make that ride?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, so they would need to then somehow get reimbursed by their company.
Correct.
They couldn't add that on.
That is correct.
Okay, so all right, so that, yeah, I mean, it's not as easy as I think maybe the suggestion was hoping for, which would be, could we section a certain amount of our employees and then prepay that, give them that add-on option, move forward? You're saying obviously it is, they do have that opportunity to do it, but they would just pay once they use that express bus service, and then later on have to get reimbursed by their company, or their company says, sorry, you're just on the hook for that.
Yep. But if I may, the employer also has the option, if you will, of transitioning to the Clipper Direct program, which is, you know, they would actually only buy express bus passes for those individuals who actually use it on a tax-deferred basis. So that's always an option that we have, that we present to all of the employers.
Do we have data right now on how many employers choose that option versus just the?
We've very, very minimal, actually
minimal.
Almost none that I'm aware of.
Okay. So that's not an option that they're currently selecting.
Well, that's because that's more a reflection of the fact of that the current EcoPass program is so highly subsidized that it doesn't make sense, economical sense for them to go that route. But that is an option if they choose.
Okay, and then to earlier questions by my colleague, Councilmember Jones, in regards to sort of, obviously there's some math behind where we landed at these corporate pass rates. And we did hear from a representative from Cisco today, obviously, and their concern, I think probably less so, though, to sympathize with the corporate employees and their ability to pay what may be a double and an increase, but yet still, I think, a very subsidized rate. You were stating earlier that certainly there's a breaking point there, though, when you get to a place where, well, it's almost easier to just pay for a single ride each time you use it rather than go to this. But the response also was that we didn't really reach out. Now, granted, I don't know if I'd reach out and say, what would you be willing to pay? Because, yes, I think you were right. Somebody would probably say, well, I'd rather pay nothing. But beyond the, maybe the numbers that we crunched, the math that we did, staff, do you think that if we looked at these corporate numbers again, that we could come up with a potentially a higher figure, but one that was still subsidized enough to keep their interest, but where we could potentially recoup a little bit of revenue in an area where I think at least there's dollars in those people's pockets, where we know, and we've heard today from the students, granted, right, that there's not necessarily a lot of dollars in their pockets to be able to purchase or pay more for their annual pass. Maybe there is, and this is, certainly I would argue again, not with a non-for-profit, right, as well, probably not in that area, but really only in the corporate passes. Do you think that if we did give that more time to evaluate, that we could potentially increase those numbers even slightly more, and then so maybe offsetting some of this now $700,000 that we're looking at for potentially senior disabled fares staying at their rate?
I mean, we're making a lot of changes. We're making service changes. Our ridership has declined, as we all know, and some of the service changes are intended to increase ridership, as well as, where possible, where feasible, try and, get some additional revenues as well. I think, I'm not saying that is the sweetest price point, but it's as close to a sweet price point as we can on the corporate EcoPass. I think, we need to assess the impact of the ridership and the network changes we are making, as well as the, right now we believe the elasticity of demand is somewhat minimal with all the fare changes. It's about 3% or so. Mm-hmm. But that's based on a nationwide survey. We want to get some actual experience and what that demand elasticity versus price would be based on actual experience, based on the network changes. So in about a year when we come back, to the extent revenues have, hopefully they'll at least be as we have projected, but if they have declined or if some of the changes have taken place, and one of the directives from the board is for us to come back and report and make the change. Yes, we'll certainly look at all of those things and we'll come back in about a year or so.
Did you say we'll come back when?
In about a year or so, when we are asked to come back with all of the changes. For example, if there are declines in revenues, I think that one of the requests from the board was for the staff to come back, what other actions can be taken to mitigate that, at which point we'll look at some of the pricings which we have proposed and the impacts of that on ridership and see if there's anything else we can do.
Thank you. How would you describe that you got to that, as you called it, sweetest price point?
I mean, right now, that's on size 6 font. I think you should read that. I can't read that.
So let me try and address that. For the current proposal for corporations, based on their existing usage, it will, once the 25% increase kicks in 2019 and beyond, their average fare per boarding for all the for-profit corporations taken as a whole reaches $2, okay? Where our single ride is $2.50. So you're reaching a point where any further increase could become counterproductive. And that's the sweet spot that Raj is referring to.
Okay, so that's the math that we're using in regards to that average fare per boarding and trying to stay under that $2 mark. Okay. Well, I think that is good math in that regard. But I do think that it could be worthwhile, and especially being that there's not many other opportunities besides in our corporate passes, and we may be able to hit that limit as opposed to continually stay under it and still have participation, especially if we looked at in the future some ways of optimizing this, like this express pass option, or maybe that's not that add-on. Maybe we do end up having more corporate partners utilizing the, I'm blanking on what it was called, but the other option's not being utilized right now, where they decide to just pay for
Clipper Direct.
The Clipper Direct.
Yeah.
So maybe we see that opportunity. Appreciate, though, the motion made. Was there a second?
Yes, there is a motion and a second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, going down the line.
Yeah, so as the motion that's on the table, I have not yet decided how I'm going to vote on this, and I will decide by the time we get there. My challenge and dilemma that I'm going to have is that it's actually absolutely critical and important that we go ahead and implement the other fare changes that we're talking about here, which we haven't talked about at all, which are significant. I'm a little bit concerned that if in future years that are coming out, if we have to make additional fare increases, we've already said here there's one segment of the fare box that we would not touch, which is the community college piece. We've locked it out for 4 years of not being able to do any changes. I'm also a little bit concerned that if we had had 50 people show up and complain about the daily fare, would we have gone ahead and tried to change that? That's just as impactful change that's being made across the network, and we have actually heard about that in our previous meetings of what's going on. So I'm not sure about the decision-making process about this here. So it's absolutely crucial we do the other fare changes. We need to go ahead and change the revenue piece, but I'm a little bit concerned about some of the other pieces that are part of this motion. So by the time we get around to actually vote, I will decide.
Thank you.
Member Hendricks, I did have one comment. I just wanted to clarify on the 4-year freeze. That would prevent staff from increasing the fare over the next 4 years. It wouldn't prevent the board from reconsidering a change if it wished to do so somewhere down the line.
After the 4 years?
No, it wouldn't lock in future. It wouldn't lock in future boards.
So with this 4-year piece that we're talking about, next year we could come back and we could increase it?
Yeah, the only way it could be increased is by board action, not by staff action.
So, yeah, it limits staff action. The board.
So the board is not saying that we would not increase that fare for 4 years?
And it really couldn't. This board cannot bind future boards.
That's what I was trying to understand. So that's, I think, important for everybody in the audience to understand that even though there's the 4-year words are in the motion, it doesn't actually bind us to 4 years.
But if I may, Rob, maybe you can explain maybe to students and all of us why it is that legally we can't make it for 4 years or anything beyond 1 year, because these are all 1-year budgets. We can certainly send a message to staff that it is our intention or the will of this board to make it for 4 years at $20, but legally we can't actually take an action to lock that in like that.
Yeah, like I said, you could lock in staff. Staff would not have the authority to increase it over that amount. In California, in fact, I think it's probably nationwide, you cannot lock in legislative action in the future. So if this board changes its mind in 1 or 2 years for a legislative action, it has the ability to do that. And of course, board members change too as well. That's part of the concept.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
Member Rennie?
I'll just briefly add on to that. So I think what's important is the wording in the report currently says it's going to go up $5 a year until it gets to the San Jose state rate. So we just changed that. We basically eliminated that wording by saying we're going to hold it flat for 4 years. So even if we do decide to change it, at least we've stopped the wording that's in there now. So I still think it's an improvement over what we had. Thank you.
Member Jones.
Okay, I'm back on the corporate pass. So I was just playing around with some numbers. So, looking at a company that has 2,999 employees, they would pay $215,000 approximately for that program. I'm going through this to make sure I understand how the program actually works. For a company that has 3,000 employees, they would pay $54,000 approximately for the program. And a company that has 15,000 employees would pay $270,000 for the program, which is just $54,000 more than a company with 2,999 employees. So again, I just want to make sure that, one, I understand how the program works. And so I just went through a couple of exercises. So one, my first question is that a correct understanding of how the program works and how the costs are calculated? And then my second part of that is, if you have a company that has almost 3,000 employees and they're paying significantly less than a company that has a little over 3,000 employees, it makes me less comfortable about the sweet spot that we were talking about. And I think there's more work that needs to be done, and we need to do a further evaluation and assessment on the corporate paths, particularly around getting feedback and information about the willingness and the price sensitivity from these corporations in terms of what they're willing to pay.
I think we're mixing concepts here. The sweet spot I talked about is per ride.
Right.
Per ride. That's not the overall revenues you would get from a corporation, which may be different. And in one of the things, the EcoPass program always had multiple tiers. It was about 8 or 9 different tiers. We're just trying to consolidate the tiers now, making it a little bit simpler to administer the program. And over a course of 2 to 3 years, all of those increases, people will pay equitably, whether it's 3,000 employees or 15,000 employees. All of those changes will take a little bit of time, 2 to 3 years, to work itself out. So the sweet spot I talked about is cost or the fare they would pay per ride. Yes, as Ollie mentioned a few minutes ago, that would go up to almost $2 per ride, whereas a single cash ride is $2.50. So that would definitely be the sweet spot. Because anything more than that, it would not be productive for any employer to pay for an EcoPass program.
So how is that calculated, though? So if a company, I did an additional calculation. So if a company had 15,000 employees,
right,
but only 500 actually use the program,
right,
it's a little over $2 per employee, say if they ride 250 days a year. So, and that's just a back of the envelope calculation that I made. So I don't even really understand how you got to the sweet spot calculation in terms of the cost per ride for a corporation.
Sure.
Yeah, actually we have a very simple mechanism of looking at what is the fare per boarding for each of the EcoPass participants. We've transitioned all of them on Clipper, and we have identifiers, so we know that X number of rides in this month, in this week, in this year were taken by employees of Cisco versus so many rides were taken by employees of or students at San Jose State or any of the nonprofits, whether it's the County of Santa Clara or the City of San Jose. So we are able to look at the number of rides that were taken, and that varies from company to company. It varies from entity to entity. But we look at the total revenue, regardless of what tier they fall in. We look at the revenue that they give based on those tiers. We look at the usage of their employees, and then it's a simple math to say per ride in a given year, because the contract is for a year, right? So your revenue is on an annual basis. We look at the usage on an annual basis, and then we say the average fare per boarding that we are getting is X, which is really a simple math of dividing the total revenue by the number of by the rides. And that seems to be fairly consistent. Yes, there are some aberrations. There are some corporations where you have very low usage, but then they make a choice to stay in the program because we offer them an alternative. The alternative is if your usage is very low, we can consider, or you can consider, transitioning to the Clipper Direct program, right? So that's how we come up with the calculation.
Okay, now I definitely hear what you're saying. I'm not totally comfortable with all the information. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but I would like to ask my colleague, Director Yeager, to accept a friendly amendment to do a reassessment on the corporate pass for 2019. So keep the proposal the way it is for 2018, but reassess it for 2019.
If I may just
yes, please, Rod.
make one more point. I don't want to belabor the point either. As I said, it's two different concepts. If a company, Acme company, has 15,000 employees. Let's assume whatever that $54 they pay for each of those 15,000 employees.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we get the revenues. It's not based on how many employees take a ride. It's on the whole entire population of employees they pay us. That's one.
Right.
When we talk about cost per ride, we look at the actual number of rides those employees have taken. Of the 15,000 employees, maybe 1,000 may use our system. So that's how we come up with how much revenue we are getting per ride.
No, I get
As opposed to the overall revenue is a different picture. It's on the entire population. That's all. As I said, I don't want to belabor the point. I just wanted to make that clear. That's all.
No, I understand. I understand. And but a part of the conversation we've been having is about how do we have offsets and how do we identify other potential revenue to offset some of the reductions that we have in the proposal. And this is an area that I think that should be explored further, because I think there's an opportunity here to capture additional revenue if we do an assessment, a proper assessment on it.
So, okay, so there is a request for a friendly amendment, but I don't know if you're ready to respond to that. I was going to make a comment that, again, going back to what our attorney has said, when we look at this motion, bring us back to what the full motion is. The motion is going to approve staff's recommendation. So let me start with that, what that means. It is adopting findings. It is invoking the statutory exemption under CEQA. It's approving VTA's Title VI Fair Equality Analysis. And it's adopting a resolution establishing the rates and fares for the VTA bus, light rail, and paratransit services that are effective January 2018 with the modifications as in the motion. And the fifth one is to adopt the resolution establishing the rate and fares for effective January 2019. So again, it lines up with our annual budget here, which is why we're asking for the approval for the 18 and 19. Even with that said, the Finance and Admin Committee has been talking with staff, and we are going to set up a reporting schedule so we can figure out the progress and what's happening with this. We know we're going to be looking at this at minimum June of 2018, which is in advance of the January 2019. Again, while we're making this motion, the board, when we do any of these reviews, we have that flexibility to ask for a change at that time. So we don't have to lock things necessarily tonight, because the board will always have that opportunity, and then instead of operating on speculation, we can be operating on actual data. So I don't know if that gives people peace of mind in terms of what we're really locking in here versus not locking in. Okay, so we're making a recommendation, and when they report back after these have been in place, we will see what's really happening and how it's affecting our ridership, and as well as how it's affecting our revenue. So we can be more informed. So there is a friendly request.
Yeah, and if I understand what Member Jones was saying, as long as the motion includes the proposed fare for 2001, January 1, 2019, but to do an assessment of the EcoPass to see if there's a way that we perhaps can increase our revenue, I don't have any problem with that. So that would be part of the motion.
That's fine with the seconder.
Okay, I am going to call for the vote. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So it passes with one no vote from Member Chavez. Okay. It's 9 o'clock. We are now moving to item 7.1. We had so much fun with that one. So item 7.1 is the approval of our budget. And I would be willing to entertain a motion. And Mayor Liccardo, would you like to make a motion?
Hi, thanks. I'd like to make a motion that's reflected in the memorandum dated June 1st from Chairperson Bruins and myself that would adopt the staff recommendation, but ask the general manager and staff to return to the board by June or 6 months after the commencement of next network, whichever happens later, with analysis of ridership and revenues and how that compares to our budget estimates. And then second, if there's a gap and that gap is in the negative, then we're going to be presented with options that would include but not limited to reductions in service or other cost savings so that we can ensure we can right the ship. So that'd be the motion.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
I'm going to oppose the motion because of the issues I raised relative to Measure B. And I've actually never voted against a VTA budget I can think of in all the time I've served. But the reason I'm just saying anything is that I really do think you guys are working hard. It really is just that I disagree with the direction and appreciate all the staff work.
Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't want to belabor it either. If somebody just read back the motion, I would appreciate it.
Sure, actually, I hope, I'm sorry if we didn't get these to you.
In your reading folder, under tab 7.1,
there we go.
actually has the motion verbatim on there. So if you want to take a moment and pull that out. In your reading folder, 7.1.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor. And I also want to thank staff. I didn't get a chance to thank them. You guys are trying to balance a lot of interests, and I know that you've taken a lot of arrows, and I really want to appreciate all your work. It's tough. I've seen the numbers come through every month. We're seeing decreasing ridership, and people need to understand that money has to come from somewhere, and somehow something's got to get paid for. And so, again, really appreciate your patience with all of us. And you already got a second, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Raj and his staff as well for everything they've done. We spent a lot of time talking about this budget of what goes on. But I also want to reiterate my comments about discipline. I think that is going to be a word that we're going to need to speak at every single board meeting that we have as we want to go ahead and try and do more with the limited resources that we have. I think the last discussion we just had was a precursor example of how that's going to go ahead and go. And if we want to try and do something else or provide an additional service, we have to be very disciplined about saying, where is it being paid for? And we need to understand our numbers much, much better about what's going on. There are a lot of challenges. This is laying out a budget, and we've had some discussion about it. There are a lot of challenges coming next year that have to be dealt with. And it really is that discipline that we're going to have to maintain by the people who sit on this side of the table, not the people that are on that side. That we need to be the ones to try and hold back and make sure we understand. And I'll just repeat the word discipline, discipline, discipline in how we look at that and make sure that these numbers work. I think our number one responsibility is financial here and making sure that this organization and the service that it provides is able to go ahead and continue doing that for all the residents out there. So, but I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes with Member Chavez voting no. I want to take a moment and thank staff. It's VTA does the biannual budget, which means it's a lot of work as you're looking at 2 years, and you guys have done an outstanding job. And if we all go back to our placemat and all the things that had to converge in order to get to the budget. And I appreciate what our finance chair has said about discipline, and I can envision that probably at our next meeting in August, Glenn will have little cards, little placards in front of us that says discipline, discipline, discipline. But, I think Member Chavez has also mentioned, as we start looking and all the decisions, part of that discipline is when we look at even the capital and we look at all the nice, shiny new things that we want, we have to be able to sit here. And what is it going to cost us to maintain it, to operate it? So it is going to require a lot of work here on our part. Okay, that brings us now to item 7.3. Now, 7.3, we must take action on this tonight. It's not optional. So Please, let's all stay with us. And I promise you, if we can get through 7.3, we are going to cut item 8 short so we can keep moving forward, okay? So let's start with 7.3 staff. I think we have Ms. Inez Evans.
Good evening, everyone. Inez Evans, Chief Operating Officer.
I love the way you speak. It's going to be energizing. Lift us up again.
I'm working through my back pain. So this evening, we have a special event service policy for consideration and approval. The purpose of the policy is to put forth a sustainable model to assist the organization on how it addresses special event services. Presently, we have a budgeted amount that we put in for the service hours, and not having a clear indicator as to the number of events, et cetera, that go beyond our published service schedule causes a budget gap. Therefore, this policy would look at authorizing the CFO to work with the venues who are looking to augment our services and work on a reimbursement structure for reimbursement. I'd like to remind everyone this matter went before the CMPP, the ANF, as well as the SSTPO committees. And we also reminded the board that the previous general manager, Michael Burns, did address this matter in an EIR when the Levi Stadium was being put in place back in 2009. Basically, again, if we publish a service, for example, on a Sunday that has a 30-car Concems, anything above that for an event, we would consider augmented services. For example, on a typical, and I'm not picking on the 49ers, but for a typical 49er game on a Sunday, we typically put out around 70 to 75 cars. And so that's 40 to 45 additional cars that we put out for the estimated number of riders. We would be seeking to be compensated for that difference. And I'll turn over anything to Raj Srinath or be prepared to respond to questions.
Just want to add that, we've talked about it at various committees too. Again, not picking on the 49ers here, but let's say that's one of the biggest event services we provide to the Levi Stadium, whether it's a football game or a concert. Typically, our expenses run about $100,000, $95,000. We do collect a little bit in fair revenues also. That has been declining now. It used to be about $30,000, $35,000. In the last event, we collected only about $22,500. So we have a cost of about $65,000 or so per event out of pocket. This is not, as Inez mentioned, about putting more rail cars, ambassadors, safety, security personnel. We used to have about 200 people extra at an event. We have kind of right-sized that. We have reduced it to about 100 now per event. Plus, we also have wear and tear on the rail cars. As I think the board members are very well aware, we had to advance the midlife rehab on the rail cars by about 2 years. A lot of that because of the extra miles, which we had not anticipated. So if we include the cost for the wear and tear, which is approximately about $17,500 per year, so we are looking at about $82,000 to $82,500 per event additional cost. So with 30 events per year, that's about $2.5 million in incremental cost we incur, just service to the thing. And in fact, we had some very cordial and very nice discussions with the 49ers a couple of days ago, which was very friendly, and they fully understand our budget situation, and they promised they will look at it and come back to us very shortly with some sort of a proposal how they can help us mitigate some of these costs. So with that, let me stop. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I can remember we had this debate 3 years ago, and I remember I got in a mud fight with then Mayor Matthews because I wanted to stick it to all the folks who were costing us money. Yeah. So I appreciate the irony in me speaking up now, but we've had some conversations with the 49ers. Yeah, look, I get it. Someone's got to pay that bill, and it shouldn't be the taxpayer.
Yeah.
I remember we've discussed various options. Why can't we have riders who are going to that game pay a bit more and cover some of that cost? And I know you guys have tried to figure that out in various ways, and I get the fact it's really hard. Right. Nonetheless, I know the 49ers, at least what I'm hearing indirectly, secondhand, is they would like to explore some of those options further. And the impression I got from them was, if this policy passes and the policy just says that the additional service requested has to be funded by the venue, it couldn't be funded, for example, by riders who are going to that venue, then that kind of forces them into a corner. And so I guess my question is, I heard our chairperson say this has to pass now. I'm just curious, what is the time sensitivity of the passage of this policy? Is it the preseason for football, or?
It is the preseason, and we have a major soccer event that's going to happen over 2 days, the 23rd and 26th of July. It's one of 3 major events that take place at Levi Stadium. So we, just to reiterate what Raj Srinath mentioned earlier, we did meet with the 49ers yesterday, and it was a very good meeting, very positive. They understand that in order for us to even sit down and have a conversation about negotiating an agreement, we need to have a policy in place that is very clear, that establishes a framework. They also understand that we need to do that very quickly. They've asked for a couple weeks to look at options. We are an open system, very different from BART and other systems where you can have a different price structure and still just tap in and out. In our instance, if you purchase a different type of fare to go to Levi Stadium, that means that we would have to have fare inspectors at every station to make sure that you are getting off at that stadium having paid a higher fare than someone who is going to work at Carl's Jr. Just down the street. It's not a manageable situation. So what we suggested is that they really take into consideration that we are an open system, that we have multiple stations, that we have high ridership that comes from many of those stations. It's not one single station that collects all the riders going to Levi's. And that we need to see an offset of these costs or manage the amount of service we provide based on what they believe they can support.
Right. So, and I guess, again, I know this gets difficult and complicated, but for example, the idea of having a surcharge that would be charged to anybody who's leaving Levi Stadium to get onto light rail. I mean, I've sat in those queues before. It seems like if the 49ers paid for the person who is collecting that, right? I mean, are there options like that that could be considered where it doesn't have to be the venue, it could be the riders themselves, since they're paying a couple $100 anyway for a ticket?
I mean, I think Mayor, you may recall we had an express service option last year for the last season. We entered into a contract with an agreement with the 49ers that they would help market this service. We also had some commemorative fare cards, and the cost of providing that service far outweighed any incremental revenues we got. Okay. For the 10 games, we received revenues, just gross revenues of about $54,000. The cost of maintaining these 2 different types of service was far exceeded that.
Right.
So it was not very productive. And as Fernandez just mentioned, we don't have gate control. We don't like BART or Washington Metro, where I came from. It was easier to implement those, different fare structures and all that.
Right.
This is an open system. And having fare checkers or fare inspectors at every station, or even coming back, we did try that as well, having some sort of, I don't want to call it a punitive, but an incremental fare just for coming back if people don't have a ticket. We kind of barely scratched the surface there, because a lot of folks had either an EcoPass or or a Clipper card. We couldn't tell whether they had bought the tickets or not. So we did try that. I mean, it was really not very successful.
Right.
And in fact, all of these issues we did mention to the 49ers when we met them. It was yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I guess I'm just looking at one sentence here in the policy, which is 4.0, the second sentence that says To ensure that VTA costs for providing additional service are recovered, it is VTA's policy to require any additional service requested be funded by the venue using VTA service for the event, or such event. And I'm just wondering, the bottom line is we don't want VTA to pay for the extra service, right? And there are other ways one could imagine this. For example, if we're developing around Avaya Stadium, you could set up a CBD among the property owners and they might pay for it. Or there could be a lot of different folks. I mean, not a lot. There could be other options. And what I'm concerned about, if it says only in the venue, then it eliminates those options. And so I guess the question is there openness from VTA staff to say, look, the point is that it's not going to be funded by VTA.
Yes, Mary, you make a very good point. The only caution I offer is that, but for the venue, we won't even be having this conversation. So if there are some options where we're talking about tax increment financing or tax fees, or parking fee or any type of thing, then the question is, who is it that we're negotiating with? We try to simplify it by saying there is a venue, the venue draws 30 plus or 20 plus, be it Avaya or SAP, the number of events that happen at that venue, and as a result of those events, additional public transportation services are needed.
Then maybe just change the language to say that it would be funded, or you can say negotiated with the venue for funding, because your point is excellent. Like, your point is right. I agree. And I think what Sam's saying is, look, we don't want the taxpayers to pay for it, but what we want to give you is the flexibility to negotiate. I mean, not just negotiate, I mean brainstorm. And like let me just say one thing I remember from the SAP Center is that in some instances, depending on who was coming in to use the facility, the venue, like if you were negotiating, I can't remember all the different event promoters, but your point is well taken, that we were still negotiating with the operator of the facility to determine what our rate of return would be in negotiations. So I agree with you, but I think what Sam's asking for is to make sure that we negotiate with the venue to fund services.
And thank you very much for that amplification to the suggestion. And we're perfectly fine with that direction. I just want to make sure that we're not letting the venues off the hook and having them send us down a rabbit hole looking for.
No, it's they have to go look for the money. I'm not suggesting you all start getting into the promoter business at all.
Right. The bottom line is that not be VTA. I mean, that's.
Thank you.
Member O'Neill.
Thank you. A topic near and dear to my heart. So obviously I wanted to thank Inez Evans and Jim Lawson for coming to a recent Santa Clara Stadium Authority meeting, which they're always very interesting. So we had a lot of discussion, and so some of the things that, in terms of maintaining the flexibility, because I think most of the members of the Stadium Authority Board are open to the idea of considering. We have other ticket surcharges, as I'm sure these other venues do. When you go to, even, in recent years, if you went to the Curran Theater, you paid a surcharge to help them fund rebuilding that theater. So we have thought about adding an additional surcharge, or one of the things that came up was to put an additional fee on the parking, so that just the people who are paying for parking are paying an additional fee in part then that might encourage them to take transit. So we're trying to look at some of those ideas. So maybe if it says the venue or the operator or the venue's guests or whatever. So I mean, that's, we're not really anxious as the Stadium Authority to pay that price, but we do feel that that's part of the cost of doing business. So like I said, we are looking at what might be some other ways that we could do that. In addition to the, we're going through a lot of kind of reset things on how the Stadium Authority is operating with our primary tenant. I agree that I think that there should be some flexibility in the language to allow the Stadium Authority to pursue some of those other options that might, like I said, even help people, encourage people to take transit.
Member Perales.
I was thinking in regards to that second sentence there, stating the responsibility beyond the venue could be a simple solution. So to ensure that VTA's costs for providing additional service are recovered, it is VTA's policy to require funding for any additional service requested be the responsibility of the venue using VTA service. So I don't know if I just switched the words up, but it's at the responsibility of the venue, which doesn't necessarily say that it's funded by the venue, but it is the responsibility of the venue, which means funding can come from maybe somewhere else, but what it does do is it points the finger at the venue, which I do think is important, because as our director said, without the venue, certainly we wouldn't be having this discussion. So there may be other opportunities to fund it, and that could be an agreement between VTA and the venue, but we need to point the finger at the venue and say that responsibility belongs there. Because if we don't, I think what I'm afraid of is that if we have some other language in there that's weaker of some sort, then the venue simply can still stand back and go, that's not really on us. It's kind of on you, VTA. Maybe it's on the both of us, or maybe it's on the city of Santa Clara, whomever it may be. But I don't think there's enough of a sense of responsibility. Whereas if we point it out directly and say that the responsibility is with that venue, that doesn't mean that the venue funds it. It doesn't say the venue funds it. If the venue is able to work something out with, whether it's an agreement with us, whether it's an agreement with the city that they may be in, could be funded elsewhere. So nonetheless, I don't know if that addresses, Mayor, your part of your concerns there, but I do think that we need to make sure that responsibility is highlighted where it should be.
Any other, Member Carr?
I'm going to just agree with my colleague. The language I wrote down, cost of additional service, should be the responsibility of the venue.
Member Hendricks?
Yeah, I actually thought requested must be funded by the venue is actually a pretty good way of putting the responsibility on them. My big concern with whatever the words we change here, if we change any of them, is that what I've mostly heard the venues come back and say is, we'd like you, Mr. and Mrs. VTA, to be the one to help come up with a solution so we can get, and much like if we were a closed system or things like that. That's really my concern. I think if we're going to have language, we need to have something to get them to understand that it's your guys' responsibility. Don't take the negotiation or the discussion to keep coming back to VTA as what the possible solution would look like. And that's why I think if they say it's funded by the venue, to your example, Mayor Liccardo, if they said they were out there collecting additional money, well, if they stand out there and they pay and they have somebody that collects the additional money, then they are the ones that have gone ahead and done it and funded it. I don't know how these words change anything. This gives us a better negotiating position. It says funded by the venue implies responsibility of the venue of what needs to be done, because I'm just concerned in the negotiation and the way they're going to want to talk and have another nice, good discussion where, always the discussions are good when nobody has to take the responsibility and walk out with what they didn't want. And I'm just afraid they're going to push back on us and say, well, VTA, it's your service. Why don't you find some way to do that additional payment on your ticket, or you need to do that, or you need to do that. I'm comfortable with this wording, and if in the off chance that somebody comes up with an idea that might say there is something on our side that works, I'm very confident that our people would come back and say, you know what, we've come up with a good solution that's okay for us, and let's make a slight change in the policy. But I think we should have a very strong policy where it's the problem is theirs, and don't make us have to be the ones to try and mitigate what's going on. That's my concern.
Any other members? Okay, so Mr. Liccardo.
Yeah, if I could just respond. My only concern is, look, I understand we've exhausted, I'm guessing, all the options we think are out there. I don't know what other options there might be, some software solution, some RFID tag, I don't know. But if they come up with a solution, I like for us to be accommodating of that solution if we can be. And that's all I'm saying. I don't want it being that, well, hey, you guys go pay for it and we're done, and we don't try to accommodate a solution that may well work. that as long as VTA is not paying for it, that's the bottom line.
That's the intent, as long as, I mean.
Okay. I'll make a motion to incorporate Councilmember Peralez's language with the expectation that there would be some accommodation for whatever options the venue might propose that do not impose additional cost on the agency.
I'm going to ask, is that clear? Okay. Okay. So we have one public speaker on this. Kermit Cuff. There you are. I was looking around. I couldn't. I was like, did he go home to watch the game? No.
He was just out running 100 miles, so he's just now wrapped it up.
Thanks, Ken. I'm Kermit Cuff, a Transit Service Development Supervisor here at VTA, and I just wanted to raise that I have very serious concerns about the policy as it's written, and I don't like to go against my bosses and things, but in this case, I feel like I have to say something. I'll explain why. Like I'm totally in favor of trying to recover our costs, but this is something where I don't think this is the answer, to just threaten to not provide adequate service to events. Because basically all over the country, all transit agencies provide service to events, right? I mean, sometimes some of it's the turkey trot, some of it's a parade, some of it's stadium events. It's just what we do, right? But what I'm concerned about is that we recently got slammed when the Women's March was held. We didn't realize how big it was going to be. We had single car trains out there. We passed up thousands of people. We got slammed for it, legitimately, But what we're talking about doing is, if the negotiations don't work, do I need to stay to 1 minute? Or?
Please just continue.
Okay, I'll be quick. If we pass up if we do this intentionally, like at the Levi's Stadium events, if Levi's doesn't pony up, for it, we're the ones going to get hurt. We're going to look ridiculous. We're going to be irrelevant when it comes to transit. Even the regular passengers can't get home if we don't provide extra service. We're not talking about just stadium people. We're talking about all the people that ride our system. So all I'm saying is I'm suggesting that we continue to do what we have been doing with Levi's and stuff and try to work cooperatively with them, as opposed to kind of using a hammer to say you must pay. Looking at things like the ticket surcharge and the other things that Sam mentioned are really good ideas. And it seems like we're getting closer to that. I'm just afraid this policy is going to force us into another corner. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more speaker, Roland LeBron.
Well, mine's more like a question, and I guess you don't have to answer it. But, as I recall it, I dug up some perfectly good legislation for this. It was basically boilerplate, was event, sales tax, and the tax goes towards transportation. And it works in other states, so I don't understand why we couldn't just take that boilerplate, give it to Senator Bell, get it passed, and let's just move on. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Mr. Hendricks? Passes with Mr. Hendricks opposing. Okay, you can. I would say we do have some honorary members. No, okay, again, thank you guys for the thoughtfulness on this one. I think it's going to help. So now we're going to move on to item 8, and General Manager.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And I am going to just, with your leave, Madam Chair and members of the board, just refer you to the folder for my report. I just want to quickly highlight that it includes some photos from Bike to Work. We did get an award. It was amazing for our Mountain View double track project from the American Public Works Association. And our summer youth pass is on sale now. It's good from June 1st through August 31st. We had mentioned that we were closing the Montague light rail station so that we could finish the construction, the connection, the pedestrian bridge to the BART station, and then put in the elevators. That's going to be closed for a couple of months. We are celebrating LGBTQ Pride Month with an event at VTA on June 22nd. Supervisor Yeager is going to be moderating that panel, so we invite all of you to participate. It starts around noon on that day. And we're getting ready to do the big ribbon cutting at the Santa Clara pedestrian undercrossing. For those of you who were there when we were turning the dirt with the shovels, now we're ready to cut that ribbon on June 30th. The information on the Government Affairs update is in your folders. I just wanted to mention very quickly that President Trump and his administration released the fiscal year 2018 budget. The Department of Transportation is getting $76 billion. And in that $76 billion was the $647 million for the full funding grant agreement for Caltrain. What it did not include was funding for new full funding grant agreements. So we're watching that very closely. As you all know, we're looking forward to signing an FFGA sometime in the future with the Federal Transit Administration for BART Phase 2. But what happened in this budget is not a good sign that there is going to be funding for FFGAs in the future. So we're hoping that Congress reverses that tide. And I would like at this point, Madam Chair, if I may, ask Dennis Ratcliffe to give us an update on the BART Phase 1 project. Dennis?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to foreshorten my presentation tonight, focus principally on the schedule, the budget being in very good order. I know this is a complicated chart. The challenge here is to make something complicated simple, and in this case is a little bit tedious even after a long night. So what you see here is the work remaining on the project. It represents about 3% of the overall work. This schedule was put together in January, or at least the work plan was put together in January. I've revised this from last month to illustrate some of the key milestones and activities that are ongoing on the project, and also to illustrate the transition of work that is under VTA control or influence as compared to handing off the remaining work to the BART organization, which we are now entering. The diamonds you see there are essentially milestones, and the bars are activities. The little red dash lines there just illustrate the relationship between those elements of the schedule. The first diamond is a very important piece of work that's going to happen on June 3 and 4 of this month. The Warm Springs project, the BART organization is going to be installing their final train control software at the Warm Springs station. Although Warm Springs is in operation, the project is not complete. The final train control software is the final element. It controls the approach of trains into the station and some movements in the tail track area. What is happening with that is the information that will come out of that installation is what our project is waiting on. It will inform the final design of our train control software. So when we put this schedule together, we had assumed that there would be few, if zero, changes to the train control design coming out of the Warm Springs project, but we've recently, since this was presented to the ad hoc committee on May 15th, discovered that, well, some of the changes are quite significant. It's going to affect the length of time it's going to take us to incorporate those changes into our train control. So if you'll bear with me, I'll walk through some of the details here. Okay, so the installation of SVBX train control you see there is on July 8 and 9. That was our original plan. Given the changes to the train control software that we are already aware of, it's very unlikely we'll be able to make that scheduled date. In addition, the installation of the train control software at Warm Springs conducted by BART this coming weekend may also precipitate some additional minor changes to the train control software design. These changes really are relating to the actual location of devices on the track, track profiles, and also some train control software logic. So it's a very complicated system. I don't want to go into too much of the detail, but the challenge will be is until we get all of that information from the installation of the Warm Springs software from this weekend's work, we're not really going to be able to assess how long it's going to take us to incorporate those changes into our train control software, which is essentially going to push all of these milestones back a little bit. And I can't tell you tonight how much of an impact that might be, but I will know in the next few weeks. Hopefully, by the next time we have the next board meeting, I'll be able to have a more detailed schedule and much more reliable information. A couple of things I want to point out is there are three pieces of train control work that we're talking about here. BART has to finish its Warm Springs extension project. That's one piece. VTA has to finish its train control work, which is the originally scheduled and contracted work under our contracts. And the third piece is the tie-in piece, where we integrate the two previous pieces of software. The challenge is that we had originally planned when we awarded our contract that BART would be doing that work, but BART has informed us that they didn't have the resources to do that and asked us to incorporate it into our contract, which we have done. It's the challenge of integrating that tie-in piece into a project that's not finished, whose own schedule has been difficult to manage, that's creating the uncertainty in our schedule. Nevertheless, we hope to have all of that information from the Warm Springs installation on June 12th. And from that, we'll be able to assess how long it's going to take us to program our software, and we'll be able to reforecast these activities. But when we rolled out the schedule in January, it was an ambitious schedule to be sure, and I had informed the board at that time that, as you approach the last few percentage of the job, it's very difficult to recover from unexpected events, and this is indeed an unexpected event. So I will have a better opportunity to, reforecast the schedule completion at the next board meeting. The impact I can't assess. It's probably weeks, perhaps months. But as you see at the bottom of this chart, you have FFG buffer flow. This is essentially indicating that we're 6 months ahead of our commitments to FTA, and we certainly are planning to bring the project in within that period. All right, so essentially you can see at the bottom of the chart there, the supporting activities. These are the activities in our contract, the civil work, stations work. All of those things seem to be progressing generally as planned, and certainly by the middle of July, we'll have everything completed except for some minor work that's going to continue at the stations through into September, but that work is not impactful to the train control or the systems testing. The question that I'm sure you're wondering is, when are we going to see trains going through on testing? Well, we can't even begin that until we get our train control software in and operable. So when I come back in the August meeting, I'll be able to lay that out for you. And I think that covers it all. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Any questions?
Dennis, thank you. I'm just wondering, at what point do we let go of December? I know we've been clinging to it. We'd all loved it to happen. It just looks less and less likely.
I think December was, like I said, very aspirational to begin with. It also represented some compromises for the work that BART needs to do. At this point, I think it's extremely unlikely to meet December.
Right. Do we pick a new date, or do we wait?
Like I said, it's going to be at least weeks, perhaps months after that date.
Okay.
And I would just like to express to the board that we had been carrying I believe, a July schedule for quite some time, and it was in January that we changed it to December. But it was very recent that we learned that the train control system was a temporary system, not the permanent configuration of the software. I would hope that you would indulge us and allow for the BART work to happen this weekend, for them to give us the data on June 12th, which is when we anticipate them being able to pull all the data and give it to us, and then for our consultants and our program manager, Bechtel, to do an analysis as to what that impact is in terms of the designers, any additional design that needs to happen, and what the impact of the design will have in the actual work that we need to get done to complete. Because keep in mind that we are designing and building this system to BART standards, and they will have to accept it. So we could hurry, be done, and then they don't accept it because it doesn't meet all of these new configurations. So we want to do this right. And at the end of the day, they will still come back and retest. And like everything else, it's like buying a house. You do the final walkthrough and you find problems and you want them fixed before you close. So this is, we still anticipate that even once we go through all of this, that they may still want to make changes. And I cannot, it's too early to figure out what those are, but we should keep that in the back of our minds, that once we identify a potential time frame, it's still incumbent on them doing the pre-revenue testing and identifying anything that they feel would need to be fixed before they accept the system.
So in other words, stay tuned to our August meeting. We have one speaker on this item. Let me take this. I'm going to take the speaker first and give you the last word.
This is going to be so brief. The question is, okay, great. Now what happens to the next network?
It's delayed. Helps the budget.
Okay. Mr. Hendricks.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say thank you for what you guys do, but my next word is, it's an expletive. This is what I do. I do software interfacing work, and I read behind the lines of everything you just said. And what I'm mostly concerned about is doesn't sound like it's stuff that's coming out of testing. This is a requirements change. That's right. And so we should say requirements change, not work that's coming out of testing, because those are two very major different things. And I would like to be able to understand, I have two real big concerns. One is the timing of what this is, not knowing any of the details of this stuff, and I really don't want to know. Where we say we have buffer to go to revenue service, that's really short in the software world. This is not like buying a house, this is software. And they're very different things in terms of how you go ahead and go through this stuff. But what I'd also like to be able to try and understand is, what is it, so when are they going to be able to lock their requirements in? Because that's when you're going to actually ultimately be able to decide what your schedule looks like. But if we were looking at, let's just say, 100 man-hours worth of work that was left to be done, are there new requirements going to require us to spend 200 man-hours to do that work, or whatever that delta difference is? And yeah, I know you're going to turn around and say we have, remaining money in the budget, but I look at that as that's changing requirements from somebody else, and I have questions about that. So when you come, I understand you have lots more work to do. I'm going to have lots more questions when you come back, and maybe we'll talk offline. But to me, it's really clear. This is not just something that came out of testing and the interfaces don't go. This sounds like somebody's changing the actual interface structure of their system talking to our system, which is really requirements changes, which sounds much bigger than just something that came out of testing.
If I may, you're right. These are requirements changes, at least with respect to the work that we are required to perform. The final requirements will be a product of the install at Warm Springs. Generally speaking, our expectation is that within a week thereafter, BART will provide to us certified engineering documents as well as the software that they installed, which will be the basis of our completing our work. The additional changes that might come out of the install are really just relate to tuning of the system as it goes there. But okay, so thank you.
So this is very brief.
You got.
I brought this up in committee, and the suggestion I made at the time was to do the Warm Springs and our integration at the same time. And what I was told, it was a very complex question, and there were lots of excuses or reasons why it couldn't be done. The question I'd like to pose to you now, can we possibly go back and revisit this? Thank you.
Thank you. This is only information.
Yeah, that concludes my report if there are no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nuria. Chairperson's report. I'm going to end on a high note with my thing. You guys all got January 23rd back. The January 23rd meeting is canceled, and you will get a notice from the board. Oh, January, God. It's late, guys. It's time to go home. June 23rd, the June 23rd meeting has been canceled. The board office will send you an official notice tomorrow. That moves us to 8.3. Are there any items of concerns or referral to administration that we have not already covered through our agenda? Cindy, are you really? No, okay. Hearing none. Item 8.4, there are materials in your reading folder. Are there any announcements? If not, we are going to go into closed session. This is, we don't anticipate any action coming out of that, and it's going to be very, very brief. And then hopefully we can get to adjournment. And Mr. Rennie is going to recuse himself from this.
Oh my gosh. Let's do this. It's just 10 o'clock.
I know. I know.
Gosh.
Try to make it to the that clinic before it's shut down.
Thank you.
I am, yeah. I have a meeting till 10.
Okay, we're back from open session, and
Nothing to report as to item 9.1A.
with that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you guys for your patience.